mountain, I look down and see a world I was once underneath. I stand on this mountain and I look down. My mind is more than it once knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Then I knew. Now you're here. You're here. You're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be than found me see. Found me see. I climb down this mountain and I look around just to see that everyone used to be me. I climb down this mountain and I look around. My mind embracing more than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth. Now you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me sing. Found me sing. I once was blind, but now I see the beauty of the world before me. Now you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Now you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be than found me sing. Found me sing. Found me sing. Found me sing.
Hello, hello, hello. Look,
Hello.
first in the house. Cameron was second. Drifty was third in the house. Miss Barbara is in the house. We got Miss Paula here tonight. Make sure I don't miss nobody. We got Sunday Doodles. Doodlebug. Arc says, well, this teacher didn't murder anyone, but she had wild eyes and she was batshit crazy. Holy shit, Arctic. Oh, shit. Aileen reminds me of a teacher I had in high school. Arctic, if I had a teacher in high school that reminded me of Aileen, fuck that. I'd have begged to be homeschooled. Look there, Cash is in the house. And Proud Mimi is in the house. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you. Tonight we are going to talk about the woman that was deemed America's first serial killer. How are you, ladies?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing
Fabulous.
Hi, Drifty.
Fabulous.
Yeah, my sinuses are killing me.
There's James in the house.
I've got COVID, I've got 2 bacterial infections, and I've got a sinus infection.
Well,
Oh,
that's
dang.
not good.
Yeah, one of them.
Did I miss Mikey?
If it doesn't clear up, I could wind up in the hospital with pneumonia. So that's wonderful.
That's not good at all.
No, it is
There's
not pleasant either.
Mikey. I missed Mikey coming in the house. So I hope you guys like the thumbnail that I put together for you with this crazy ass looking woman here. She was something else, man. Arctic says he's sending prayers. Thank you, Arctic. My goodness. Kimber, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Freaking fabulous. Look at here. Look at here at this thumbnail. There's some quality thumbnail in here. Look at this one here. What the hell? This one was crazy. She was crazy.
He was beyond
So
crazy.
she had a hell of a life. Like, she had a hell of a life. Let me tell you what. She had a hell of a life. That woman, She's a crazy cat lady, right, Cash? I'd be scared for her to have any cats, to be perfectly honest. The South African actress played her well. Batshit crazy. What? Oh. I thought there were you three. You have mixed feelings about her? I kind of do too. I kind of have mixed feelings about her because once we start hearing a little bit about her story tonight, you know, you almost, I don't know, man, you almost feel like maybe she was justified in the vindication against men, which, you know, it's nobody's right to take somebody else's life regardless. But it was just, I don't know. It's one of those cases where you're kind of torn about it. You know what I mean? And I'm really torn about it. Are we sure Aileen ain't a distant relative? Boring, Betty. I do see Arctic. I see a resemblance as well. It is very possible. And Florida's not that long. I've been at the southernmost point of this state, and it's not very damn big. Not as big as it looks. Kimber, your bean has a joke for you. What do you call a man with no body or no nose?
I don't know, Bean. What do you call it?
She is intriguing, Cash.
Is Bean answering me?
Hold
on,
she
Doodle.
said
Tell me find
answer.
out.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. He's so funny. I love me some Bean.
Little man, you cannot have my
wow.
medicine.
After she was found guilty, the mask fell off, according to staff. Highly manipulated. Wow. Thank you, Peter Doodles. Captured her later interviews with fascinating. She's a hot ass mess, I tell you right now. So I showed you guys this the other morning. I'll pull this up because I think it's really, really cool. And Drifty's on panel with it. Got this for me. And I did. Oh, we lost him, but she fell out the window. She'll be back.
Little man, do you want to be on camera or something? Is that what your issue is?
Where's she at?
I don't think everybody wants to see your pink little nose on camera.
Hey, so there's the link in chat. Oh, she's back. If anybody wants to
That was some of my best
talk
friends.
about this crazy one. That was funny. That was funny. You tell him he did good. Why did the chicken cross the road? Cash wants to know. Most serial killers have tough lives. Most are abused themselves. Absolutely. Absolutely, James. Her first murder, I could have wrote it off as self-defense if she had stopped there. But yeah, I wouldn't be talking about her if that had been the case. Right. Absolutely, Arctic. Doodlebug. Tomboy says to get a Bud Light. There's PJ in the house. Molly spotted the kitty. At least that's not the psycho one.
Hi, PJ. Yeah. Hi, Molly. Yeah, I could have understood maybe the first murder self-defense, but when you start luring them and then you start killing them, that kind of takes self-defense off the table.
Just completely ruins that whole self-defense thing.
Yeah,
I believe she
it
may
was
have been abused in early life, but lame excuse, yeah. What'd you say, Kimba?
that's it. It once you like I said, once you start luring them, it kind of takes that self-defense off the table. You can no longer claim
Because you,
self-defense once you've lured a man and you've killed him.
yeah, I got my tea here. I'm gonna go light tonight, tomboy. But yeah, a good Bud Light will help you get through this case. This is a crazy ass case. Hello, Dandy. And her missus. We gonna hear about her missus too. Sure, Lordy mercy. Yeah,
Her poor
yeah. They need to
missus didn't.
update it on mobile so we can tag everybody. So we're gonna go this way with it first. So
Her
this is the
poor
book.
missus didn't know
I
what she
just
was
had the
getting
cover
into.
pulled up. I don't think she did either. So this is the book. So we're gonna take a. This is a really good book. It's a thick book and it has all different kinds of information in it. So I thought maybe that, since we're doing these 8:30 every night, we're trying to mix it up with different types of cases and different things of cases. This book has a lot of the cases we talk about in it. So I thought maybe, starting with Aileen's case, we'll kind of take some information from the book and I'll take pictures of it like I did here. And that way you're able to see the book without me holding it up like I read the Australian books that Far sends us. So I thought that might be a neat thing to do. So this is her cheesing here between two officers. She's definitely cheesing. If y'all see that, she is cheesing her little ass off. Okay, I got really tired of it all. I was angry about the Johns. Aileen Wuornos, highway homicides. Aileen was born February 29th, 1956 in Rochester, Michigan, and from the start dealt with the bad hand. Her father was a child molester who killed himself in prison. Her teenage mother took off, leaving Aileen and her brother in the care of her maternal grandfather, a child beater, and a grandmother, an alcoholic. By age 11, she was offering men sex in return for money, beer, and cigarettes. She had a baby at 14, which she gave up for adoption in the early 1980s. After her brother died of cancer, she moved to Florida as a full-time sex worker. Within a decade, she had a police record for illegal possession of a firearm, forgery, assault, robbery. Law enforcement records noted that her attitude was poor. Y'all imagine that, having a poor attitude? In 1986, Wuornos met hotel maid Tyra Moore in a Daytona Beach bar, and the two women felt an instant attraction. This was Aileen's second lesbian relationship. Her professional clients continued to be middle-aged men. When Aileen began murdering and robbing her Johns in 1989, Moore was unaware. Once she became suspicious, she moved back in with her family in Pennsylvania. After Aileen was identified and arrested, items stolen from her victims were traced to the pawn shop where she had sold them. Police used legal threats against Moore to gain a confession from Aileen for all 7 murders. At her trial for murdering the first victim, Richard Mallory, Aileen pleaded self-defense, insisting her client was going to rob her and rape her. The jury did not buy it. They found her guilty and recommended a death sentence in spite of appeals, citing her wretched childhood and psychological abuse. And Mallory's earlier imprisonment for violent rape on October 9th, 2002, Aileen was executed by lethal injection in a Florida state prison. So this is allegedly... Come on now. Oh, it's going to pull up on this side. Well, we don't want it on that side. This is allegedly the weapon used. And I can't make it any better because it decided to pull up on a Chrome tab, so I can't make it any bigger than that. All right. Are these all going to pull up on a Chrome tag? Because that's going to suck. Let's see. Nope. Here we go. So these are her male victims across the top. This is a picture of her when she was younger, and this is one of her victims. And we'll get deeper into it. I just want to run through these real quick. This was Tyra. Why did the police need to secure Tyra's cooperation and testimony? Well, hell, I mean, come on now. Aileen crisscrossed the state with her murders. How was she able to move around so easily? So this would be Daytona. Is my cursor showing? Yeah. So this would be Daytona, Orlando, and then going over into the Tampa, St. Pete type area and up I-65 into like Ocala, and then you get up in northern Florida. I think that would be like Lake City, somewhere around in there. I thought this was kind of cool. The little button there, execution in progress when lit. There was no chance in keeping me alive or anything, cause I would killed again. I hate crawling through my system. And then, of course, this is the Florida State Department of Corrections. The Hearst. These are actual stock photos, or not stock photos. These are actual photos of when she was executed. I am one who seriously hates human life, and I would kill again, she wrote in a letter to the Florida Supreme Court, which agreed to allow her to fire her attorneys and stop her appeals. Governor Jeb Bush issued a stay of order for a mental exam, but lifted the stay after 3 psychiatrists who interviewed her concluded that she understood she would die and that she was why she was being executed. Aileen was executed by lethal injection on October the 9th, 2002. The execution took place in Florida State Prison near Stark, Florida. I'd just like to say I'm sailing with the rock. I'll be back. Oh, Lord. I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus, June 6th, like the movie Big Mothership and all. I'll be back, Wuornos said from the execution chamber.
Let's hope not.
I'm finna say, if she comes back, I'm out. I'm moving. Fuck that. I'm moving to Canada.
Peace out.
Fuck this. I'm going to Canada. Y'all can have this whole ass state down here. Self-defense claim sounds ridiculous. Florida has a law known as the Williams Rule. The rule made by the jury aware of all the murders. The self-defense claim sounded ridiculous when all the murders came into evidence. Excerpts from her videotape confessions were played as she appeared not upset, which was damaging. Aileen's public defender did not want her to testify, but Aileen insisted on telling her story. Her account had changed, further glorifying herself in the process. Mallory had raped and sodomized her and tortured her. Her credibility was destroyed on cross-examination, plus she was angry for most of it. Imagine that. She was the defense's only witness. The jury found Aileen guilty on first-degree murder. As they left, she shouted, "I'm innocent. I was raped. I hope you all get raped, scumbags of America." Well, she was a peach. She was a peach.
She's just the sweetest little woman.
She was just as sweet as Georgia Peach. She was an addict. She knew her John carried money's easy target. Absolutely, Dandy. Absolutely. Neil Homestead's in the house. Please make sure you go leave some DNA on that like button. As we always say, it is your touch DNA, but you get to keep your DNA because it's your device. You're leaving your touch DNA on. Thank you very much. There's a book about a woman who unalived my nephew's father and their step siblings. I'm sorry to hear that, Tomboy. That's terrible. 11 years old. Howdy, y'all. Howdy, Mark Sherman. Thank you so much for being here. The documentary was crazy. So that's the only thing about YouTube that sucks is you can't do documentaries on here or they will get you. Jennifer, welcome back. Thank you so much for coming in tonight. James said he also who killed Tupac Biggie documentary. Okay, the person that did the documentary. I saw a lot of pictures on like the actors and stuff like that were about the documentary. How many did she kill? I believe it was 6 of them altogether. Wasn't it 6?
I think so.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, it was 6 of them altogether. Sorry, I had to go check. I apologize, James, for not knowing that off the top of my head. Cover a lot of cases, and sometimes numbers get mixed up, and I don't want to give you the wrong number. 9 or 12 are those bearabouts. Stone Cold Killer, absolutely. Cash is amazing. We're always thrilled to have Cash in here. PJ says, oh, on Tuesday there'll be an update on the Connecticut River killings. Really? The Connecticut River Valley killings. Hi, Stephen. Thank you so much for coming in tonight. Aileen clearly lost her mind at the end. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she lost her mind way before the end, but we'll go with that. She was classy. Classy. Classy, fancy like natty ice. She would have been a perfect cellmate for Megan Boswell, right? As sweet as a persimmon.
Her, Megan Boswell, and Taylor Shabusiness should have been all up in the same cell.
And Letitia Stouch, while we're putting them at it, they should have just been in one of them big old quad cells.
Hold on, let's put Susan Smith in there too.
And Susan Smith, you were very close, Cash. We get so many of these cases in our heads that the numbers get all mixed up. Classy like a box of wine from Walmart. That's freaking, I love that Arctic. That's awesome. Man, when we were kids, we used to steal that box of wine, and then my mama, she kept whiskey in the cabinet to make cough syrup out of. And we was known for going in there and taking the whiskey out of it and putting water back in it until we got caught. We did get caught, because you always get caught. Cash is awesome. We love Cash. Arctic, the finest. The finest. What was that stuff called in the box? It was a pink box, wasn't it? Okay, so these are the sketches. Huh? Franzia or something like that. Fritz, I can see the damn box with the bubbly glass on it.
It's Franzia. They still make that.
You can
still go to Walmart and get you a box of wine, girl.
I don't know if I could stomach that shit. I could barely stomach it when I was a kid, but boy, we thought we was doing something big. Go in there and sneak in there in the middle of the night and hit that little spout on that box and chug it down real quick. Go outside and smoke cigarettes. Well, we thought we was the shit back then. Look at Doodle coming in hot. Talking about, I remember drinking Grandpa's vodka and water, out of water in there. Oh, he lit your rear end up. She never caught us. I couldn't believe it. Vodka at my house was 90 proof H2O. That's freaking hilarious. I love it when we can always reminisce together here, guys. Okay, so these were sketches of both the women that were released, and this is one of the original crime scene photos. The police sent out a nationwide teletype containing descriptions of the two women. Can y'all imagine teletype? Here we got Twitter and the Facebooks and the YouTubes and all the fancy stuff now. I prefer that water turns to wine, my wine not into water, right? Oh my goodness, y'all. Fox says, IDK, I drank Boone's Strawberry Hill and Fuzzy Navel back in the day. Ooh, Strawberry Hill and Sitco. Wasn't that what it was called? Cisco. Fucking embalming fluid in a damn jar. Ooh, Lord. You could freaking drop one of them left-hand luckies down in that Cisco. Mad Dog 2020. My stomach is turning just thinking about that shit.
Arctic, we drank the same thing. Them Fuzzy Navels already pre-mixed. When you buy at the liquor store.
And Little Mickey's. Little Mickey's.
Yep. The Miller ponies.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. You had the Little Mickey's. It was a little green bottle. It had a bumblebee on the top of it.
Oh, I don't know those. We used to drink Miller ponies.
Little Kings. And then you had a Colt 45 and 2 zigzags. Baby, that's all we need. We go to the park after dark. Okay, I'll stop there. I can't even spell Mad Dog without without thinking of making bad decisions. Ah, Peaky, thank you so much for being here. Mad Dog makes you hug the toilet.
I can't even
3
think
liter
about it.
passion.
I got so drunk off of Seagram. I got so drunk off of Seagram 7 and 7 Up in high school. To this day, we were like juniors in high school. I still cannot drink 7 Up. I got so sick off of it. If I'm sick at my stomach and Don go, I'll go get you 7 Up. I'm like, whoa.
7 Up.
I gag if I literally gag if I walk by a 7 Up at the store. I'm like,
oh, that's terrible. James said, when you rip open the box and you're sucking on the bag, you know it's the tail end of the party. Right here. Mad Dog 22 or Mad Dog 2020.
Girl, I was at the back. We were sitting at the gas station parking lot. We was all talking. And girl, I was behind that gas station. My best friend was holding my hair because me and Ralph was having a conversation. And I've never touched 7 and 7 Up again.
It's when you pray into the porcelain goddess. Oh Lord, I'll never do it again. Please make it stop.
Girl, I dry heat for 3 days. No more. Never again will I touch. That's why I still can't drink 7 Up. Every time I drink 7 Up, I can remember the taste of Seagram 7. Oh, my stomach.
Wild turkey. Oh, I got a funny story with wild turkey I'll tell you about. Can't drink whiskey. It hurts my legs. It's odd. They don't swell, but they tend to spread. Doodle. Moonshine makes me hot. I can't do moonshine. Moonshine makes me hot, and next thing you know, mom's running through the cattle pasture buck-ass naked. But that's a different life. All right, we'll go back to the slide here. The police sent out the nationwide teletype containing descriptions of 2 women. The case report sketches of the Women Florida Criminal Activity Bulletin. Captain Steve Banger was commander of the Marion County Sheriff's Criminal Investigation Division. He put out together the case similarities. His theory was that perpetrators of these crimes had to initially non-threatening to the victims. He suspected women specifically, and that's what I think. Lady Bird Lake, that's another one we might look into, and we'll get Austin. That's not his real name, but we'll get him to come up here and talk to us about Lady Bird Lake. That's another whole. I think women's doing that too, but that's a different lab. He suspected the 2 women who had wrecked Peter Sims' car and walked away. He asked for the media to help with, and Reuters ran the story about the killings. Paper Crosses Across Florida ran the story along with police sketches of these 2 women. Look at them sketches. Lordy mercy, them's worse than the Delphi sketches. We just leave it at that. Moving along. So this is a picture of the victim that we saw in the smaller version. This are the detectives. This was Aileen's mugshot and then one of her victims, and we'll learn more about the victims. The Last Resort Bar is in the great city of Daytona Beach. I got a crazy ass story I'm going to tell y'all here in just a few moments. Right, that fire water does get your motor running. You be running your motor, your carburetor be choked out, the whole 9 yards, doodle. The first victim was too dissolute to notice he was gone. The first victim, known as Richard Mallory, a middle-aged owner of a Clearwater electronics repair business. He frequently left abruptly to go drinking and on sex binges. When his Cadillac was found outside of Daytona, foul play was suspected. He had last been seen 13 days earlier. He was killed with 3 shots from a .22. His lifestyle made anyone in touch the subject, which did not help solve the case. So he liked the ladies of the night, and they didn't help a damn thing with solving his case. So we kind of heard about this from the book, this little clip it here. but it included the photos of her when she was younger. She didn't change a whole lot, them crazy ass looking eyes. Aileen was born in 1956 in Michigan. She was abandoned by her parents and brought up by abusive, sadistic, and alcoholic maternal grandmother. She was sexually and essentially abused and as a child, and her grandfather and brother as a teenager. She began working as a prostitute and robbing people. Never looked back. Her paternal end was as bad. Her biological father never knew her. He was a psychopathic child molester who hung himself in prison in 1965. Aileen was failed on every count by both nature and nurture. That's something that we hear that's pretty common in these cases is everybody, a lot of these people are failed. Lucia, welcome in. It's so freaking windy here. It's howling, kind of scary. Well, be safe. James, thank you for coming in tonight. I appreciate you for being here. For those of y'all that don't know, James is on the other side of the pond there, so it's probably getting quite bedtimey for him. Thank you so much for coming in. Appreciate you being here, Lucia. Sweet dreams to James. We're talking about Aileen, America's first deemed female serial killer. Jennifer said Charlie Manson's mother sold him to some guy for a picture of beer. Me and Kimber were talking, and I think we're going to cover Manson later on this week, too.
He will be a two-night.
Woo, she was crazy as her snatch. I heard that. Good Lord, I wouldn't want no part of that. That's a killer snatch right there, and I don't mean in a good way.
Manson
It
will
was
be
Aileen killing.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If we cover Manson, me and Mom were talking about it, he will probably be a two-nighter because that's a whole, thing.
That's a whole rabbit hole. And we're thinking about doing the Black Dahlia. So y'all let us know in chat if y'all would be interested in hearing about those cases as well.
I think Jack the Ripper would be cool.
We talked about Jack the Ripper. We talked about Richard Ramirez.
Yeah.
And, the night we do Richard Ramirez, we could even throw in the Cecil Hotel. That place has got a dark history.
Oh, yeah.
And you had that girl, I can't think of her name. If Arctic's still in here, he'll come in for the win. The one that was acting crazy in the elevator. And then they found her in the water tank on top of the building. Angela Lamberry for Murder, She Wrote moved back to England with her kids because they got hooked up with Manson. No shit. I did not know that, Jennifer. That's very interesting. PJ says, interesting psychology with Manson. I was knitting and I had to step out. Heard your voice crack and I couldn't. I don't know what I missed. Well, I did good. I cried, but I was good. I don't know what I missed. Lisa Liam. Ooh, that's something we can put on the note. Mark says, Jennifer, do you know about Manson's connections to the Process Church of Final Judgment? Scary stuff. I'd like to deep dive into all of it and maybe go over some stuff that maybe everybody hasn't heard of. I didn't know that about Murder, She Wrote. That's quite interesting.
We could get into the whole MK Ultra thing with Manson too, because there was a big thing about the MK Ultra.
With Manson, the crazy thing about him is it's like endless possibilities with that man. Like he was as batshit crazy as they come, but not only was he batshit crazy, he was an extremely intelligent man, and that's what we see in a lot of these psychopathic, sociopathic serial killers. Is a lot of them are super, super intelligent guys. Do I have to restart my phone? I'll be right back. And she's back. Damn. Quick.
The girl from the Cecil Hotel, Jennifer said that was Alicia.
Thank you so much. I could not think of her name to save my soul. Jennifer for the win.
And we've
Okay.
thought about
Killing
doing
at least 3 strangers.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. We've thought about
Go
doing
ahead.
Ted Bundy as well. We're just throwing out some ideas for y'all. Y'all just let us know what you'd like to hear.
Yep, I just thought it would be interesting to go, kind of keep this on the same route that we're doing. Maybe do like a week of serial killers, and then we can do like we did last week and do like the unexplained disappearances. I hate to call it the missing 411 because Pilates kind of took that, or however you say his name. He kind of took that, and I don't want to take that title from him, the missing 411. And then I thought maybe we might do like some like cryptids. I don't really want to say paranormal because not really paranormal, but like cryptids from around the world. Like Far lives in Australia, so she sent me a lot of information about the cryptids over there, which are different here. And then over in like Nepal, they have the abominable snowman or yeti, and like I just thought maybe we might touch on some of that. Where I'm from, my hometown's right. LBL's right outside of my hometown, and there's the dog man, and then you have the Mothman, and all this, all these crazy different all these different things that we can look at. All right. Killing at least 3 strangers in different locations with the cooling off period between the murders that led her to being classed as the first female serial killer. This meant that she was the first woman to fit the FBI guidelines on serial killers. There were other female multiple killers, but they did not fit the FBI's guidelines. The media called Aileen the first serial killer without this distinction. It was a huge distinction because you need the FBI to fit a criteria to receive FBI assistance. Kimberly fell out the window again. Oh, son of a bitch. And I hit the wrong freaking button. I done hit the wrong button. Hi, Miss T. Thank you so much for coming in. See, Arctic says Ted Bundy was highly intelligent. Exactly. And I thought those are cases that we can kind of get into. Yeah, I don't trust that hotel either. Ooh, Jennifer says, I drive by the Cecil Hotel all the time. It's right down in downtown LA. Ooh. You could sneak us some footage of that there hotel, and we'll give you full credit if you'll email it to me, and we can show that on stream. I did a lot of videos on UK serial killers, and they're all like, wow, oh, cool, PJ. Thank you so much for that. PJ does a lot of work, just like Arctic and Doodle and Wisdom and all the great, right? You got to get a better screen on that window there, Kimber.
You know what I would like to, you know what we could do when we do the oddities like you're talking about? I want to look into the underground tunnels in Paris, because there's
catacombs.
The catacombs. Yeah, that's it. The catacombs. Thank you. I couldn't think of what it was called. The catacombs. There's skeletons under there. There's skeletons.
There.
That's what it's built. That's what it's built. I mean, if you look it up, there's skeletons everywhere.
They're in the catacombs in I think it's Sicily. There's a little girl, I can't think of her name, but the form of embalming that they use to embalm her with, she looks like the day that she passed away, and she's been gone for like over 100 years. It's crazy. Well, thank you, Miss Barbara. I don't know what I did, but thank you. I don't know what I did, but you're very welcome, and thank you. Do one on the history of shrunken heads. That's a good one, too.
Oh,
that is definitely a good one. You know, it's illegal to buy a shrunken head in the United States. You cannot buy anything. You can buy human. This is so crazy about our laws. You can buy human body parts. You just can't buy mummified body parts in the United States. Like, it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
she said, I'm not going in it. It's possessed, in my opinion. If I'm not telling you to go in it, girl, we wouldn't want you to go in it, because then we wouldn't see you in chat, and I'd be like, what the hell happened to Jennifer? Please tell me she didn't go in that crazy ass hotel. No, like if you just want to drive by it, and the night we do Richard Ramirez, I would fully, you don't have to show your face or anything. Just film the building. I will give you full credit, and we'll pull that up and talk about it. And then everybody, like I've never been to California, so it would be really cool to see it on like real footage from our community. A channel called The Paranormal Files took the speaker gear to the Cecil IDK about paranormal stuff. The history of the hotel is given. It's awesome. Yeah. Richard Ramirez was in the Cecil Hotel during some of his killings. I've always wanted to cover the lymph match in St. Louis. It's scary as hell. Ooh, Doodle. We should do that. That'd be awesome. So this is the inside of what's called the last... Is it the Last Chance, Craig? Shit, the name of the hotel. I think it's the Last Chance. I will correct myself if I'm wrong, y'all. But this is the bar that she was actually caught in. This is Rose Bay. This is where the girlfriend told these detectives that this is where they threw the weapon. Here's a bigger picture of the detectives. I thought that was neat to share with you. The Last Resort Bar is what it's called. And if my car wasn't messed up, what I would have done today was I would have had Craig drive me to Daytona, and we would have got you guys some real footage of this, because it's no longer called that, which is the Fairview Motel. It's now called the Scoot Inn. You guys want to hear a creepy cool story? So one of the hurricanes that hit, we actually lost our apartment on Beachside. So we stayed at the Scoot Inn. Well, tonight, whenever I was going through the information to share on her case, I realized we stayed in the room that she stayed in. So that's just a little piece of information. Bohemian Grove. Hi, Chris. We have a haunted hotel, Salem Springs, Arkansas, called the Crescent Hotel. I've covered the Crescent. I did, I think it was Creepy Dolls and Hotels Live about a year and a half ago, and I covered the Crescent. That has a lot of history to it. The little girl in Sicily known as the Sleeping Baby was Rosalia Lombardo. Jennifer for the win, coming in hot tonight with the information I can't remember. Were there murders, Mark wants to know, Doodle? It's got a particular history. It's taken over addicts getting funded. Oh. Yes, loads of family tragedy. Ooh. Doodle, then there's stories behind brewery attached to it. Mikey's coming in with some more information. Thank you so much, Jennifer. That would be awesome. Nightbot just dropped my email, so this is my email. So if you'll email it to me, I'll be more than happy to share that with everybody. Yep, I did. I covered that. I did. I think Dawn was actually in here the night that we were talking about it. Please don't show Wuornos during the scary story. She's scary.
We could throw in Brushy Mountain State Prison too, Mom, because that's got a lot of history here in Tennessee of being haunted.
Alcatraz.
It does. Alcatraz, but Brushy Mountain, I actually have a story about. My ex-husband stayed there when he was in prison. He's dead now, or I'd have him come up and tell us about it. And he died a few years ago. All right. Let's see. We're going to turn my camera off because I don't want anything to act crazy. So this is the article. This is the Medium. And as always, I'll make sure these links are in the description. So you guys want to go back and refer to them, you're perfectly welcome to do so. She has been called America's first female serial killer in the tabloids and TV shows, but Aileen Wuornos was not the first or the worst. She did have a masculine way committing murders, though. Aileen was suspected of killing at least 7 people. Okay, so Cash was a little closer than we thought. She was found guilty and sentenced to die for 4 of the 6 murders she admitted to. Aileen claimed that she killed in self-defense because the men she met while she was working as a prostitute were violent towards her, ironically meeting in a way that is strange or funny because things happen in a way that is the opposite of what you expected. Information found by reporters in November of 1992 shows that one situation, her story could be true. Aileen was born in Rochester. We already went over that. We know when her parents and grandparents were dirtbags. We already know they were adopted. We're just going to pass through that because we've already read over that twice. Okay.
Mom, are you putting something up on the screen?
Son of a buck. Boy, if I didn't have y'all here with me.
Just
Well, now y'all
trying
can
to
see it.
just trying to assist.
Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Aileen was definitely having sex with someone before she got pregnant at 14. Had her son in the Detroit hospital on March the 3rd, 1971. Grandma Britta passed away on July the 7th. A liver problem was said to be cause of her death, but was not clear. Diane Pratt thought that her dad might have killed someone. She said he threatened to hurt Aileen and Keith if they didn't leave his house. They become under the care of the court. Aileen stopped going to school and started working in the streets about that time, making money as a young prostitute, traveling around the country wherever she felt like going. In May of 1974, she was arrested in Jefferson County, Colorado for causing trouble, driving while drunk, and shooting a small gun from a moving car. She was charged with not showing up for her trial when she left town in Michigan. On July 13th, 1976, Aileen was arrested in Antrim County for fighting, causing a disturbance after she threw a pool ball at a bartender's head. Holy shit, that's just meanness right there. Have you ever had a pool ball thrown at you?
No, if I'd had one thrown at me, I'd have thrown that some bitch back.
That's craziness. Touring that breed, if it gives you a feel, it's sure a crazy airplane mechanic down the street still giving tours. Oh, Lord, Mikey. She says it's all creepy. She may have had some fire water. I agree, Doodle. Good times, Mikey says. Okay, the police in Troy, Michigan arrested someone for driving without a license and drinking alcohol in the car. They also had outstanding warrants. On August 4th, Aileen paid a $105 fine to finish her punishment from society. She got the money from her brother, maybe not directly, but in some way. Aileen was shocked by Keith's death on July 17th and received $10,000 from his life insurance. That would be her brother. She spent all of it in 2 months. Expensive things like a new car, which she then crashed in late September. She didn't have much money and she hitchhiked to Florida. Okay, so this woman right here is a good reason why not to pick up hitchhikers. Just gonna put it out there. Stormy, hello. Hello. All right. Let's see. She wanted the experience of a warmer weather and find work there. Aileen went to a different place, but she still had the same attitude and got in trouble with the law again. On May the 20th, 1981, Aileen was caught by the police in Edgewater, Florida. I know where Edgewater is. For robbing a convenience store with a weapon. She was sent to prison on May the 4th, 1982, and got out 13 months later. On June 30th, 1983, she was arrested again on May 1st, 1984, for attempting to use fake checks at a bank in Key West. Damn, she made it all the way down to Key West. This girl wasn't playing. She was all over the place. She was slinging them goods everywhere. Aileen is suspected of stealing the gun and bullets in Pasco County. She used the name Lori Grotti from her aunt in Michigan 11 days after the police ticketed Grotti for driving without a license. On January 4th, 1986, Aileen was taken in by police in Miami for stealing a car and giving a false information. They also found a gun, bullets, and a stolen car on June the 2nd, 1986, Volusia County. Shout out to Daytona. Questioned Lori Grotti because a man said she pulled a gun out in his car and asked for $200, even though Aileen, she said she didn't have any extra bullets. She was actually carrying some with her. Also, she had a small gun found under the seat where she was sitting in the car. A week later, she got a ticket for driving too fast in Jefferson County, Florida, using the name Suzanne Blockov. The quote shows that someone had a bad attitude. She believes she doesn't have to follow the rules. A few days later, Aileen met Tyra Moore, who is a lesbian at a gay bar in Daytona. They started dating and fell in love, but the strong feelings didn't last very long. They stayed good friends and traveled together a lot, almost always together for the next 4 years. On July 4th, 1987, the police in Daytona Beach questioned Tina Moore and Susan Balahoff, not sure how to say that, because they had hit a man with a beer bottle. We're just going to say Aileen was by herself on December 18th with police officers on the highway. She was given a ticket for walking on the highway and having suspended license. Again, the citation said that Susan's attitude was bad, and Susan showed it to be true by sending letters that were threatening to the court clerk on January 11th and February 9th, 1988. Sarah Boone, paging the letter sender, Sarah Boone.
Sarah Boone, please.
Please step up to the podium.
Sarah Boone to the white phone. Sarah Boone to the white phone.
Please, right, Sarah, calling Sarah Boone to the white phone. All right. Have y'all ever heard of Belle Ganez in LaPorte, Indiana? No, that's another one we can take a look at. Yeah, I've heard to get assaulted 6 times. According to her, she must have sat on the highway with free samples side between her legs. Right, Arctic? I don't know, Stormy. What did you do?
Mom, Phil wants to know if she's... Arctic said Phil wants to know if she's blocked because her chats aren't showing up.
No, Phil's not blocked. Hold on, guys. I would never block Phil. Give me just a second. I can't tag Phil either. Hang on a second. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me just a second here. It's on subscribers only mode, but that it's only set for a minute. It's not set for no stupid amount of time. I'm going to make people sit 10 minutes and listen to my ass if they can't talk. That's craziness. There's all my mods. Okay. Phil, type now.
He said he's talking to Phil in Discord.
Arctic, will you tell Phil to please type in the chat? There
Hi,
you are,
Phil.
Phil.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, Burley, she was definitely a killer prostitute with a little bit of psycho sprinkled on there.
Okay. I'm talking about. Thank you, artist. Um, and pull this back down. Oh, I don't have anything else open. There we go. She murdered all her men roommates and husbands, and then when they finally got caught in her house, they burned it down with both her and her daughters, and with no head. They say she escaped back to the UK. Oh shit, Miss T. Yeah, that's one we'll definitely we can definitely look into. My daughter and I was talking about her yesterday. My daughter can't remember her name. She calls her the killer prostitute. I love that brutally. There's my Phil. Do you guys know that Aileen was married once to a rich old guy? I did not know that. Mark, I did not
We can see you,
know that. I
Phil.
didn't even read that name. Phil, can you not hear me? Look, Phil, I can see you, babe. Hi. I'm smoking. That's why my camera is off. I can see you, Phil. See, you're on the screen, Phil. I wouldn't be able to pull you up. Hello, Crime Curious. Thank you so much for coming in, honey. Yes, I can see you, Phil.
Hey, Crime
you see how your
Curious.
comments are on the screen? Look, Arctic can see you. I can see you. There you are. See, babe, you're here. You're here, my love. Yes, she was a dangerous woman. See, Taylor can see you. All right.
Right, brutally, she could have made a good life not killing instead of choosing to kill.
Oh, Phil, that makes my heart smile. There's no place like home. I do feel bad for her in some sense because of her upbringing, but on the other hand, I believe that you get old enough, you make life what you want it to be. She could have made a life not killing. Absolutely. That is putting it lightly. Forgot to click your heels. Oh. All right, let's get through this here. I done lost where we was at. Where was we at? Tina Moore. Oh, because I was making fun of Sarah Boone. I got it. We're back on track here. 1 month later, Wuornos was using a different name and trying a new way of doing things. On March the 12th, 1988, a person named Cami Marsh Green said Daytona Beach bus driver hurt them. He said he pushed her off the bus after they had an argument. Tyra Moore saw what happened on July 23rd. A landlord in Daytona Beach said Moore and Aileen damaged their apartment by tearing up the carpets and painting the walls dark brown without permission. Who the hell would want dark brown? I ain't judging. In November 1988, Aileen made threatening calls to a store in Zephyr Hills for 6 days after a fight over lottery tickets. Oh my lord, Zephyr Hills is where our local bottled water comes from. Oh lord, Phil and Barista were having a battle of the minds earlier. I'll have to go in there and look and see. It's usually pretty good. That's crazy. Going after people in Zephyr Hills. That's where our water comes from, like our good bottled water that ain't Desante or Coca-Cola brand name water.
Yeah, they do have some good.
I love their water.
Yeah,
I like
good
buying
water.
the 2-gallon jugs with the little spout on them, like that box wine we was talking about earlier. from
You
the
put a
Walmart.
straw
So
in
like
it and just drank it.
it's good. The dogs like it too.
You figured you put bottled water in your dog's bowl?
No,
Hey?
no, like during hurricanes,
Oh, I
because
gotcha.
when a hurricane buy the big, you buy jugs of water. That way you have water,
Right. I was just
and
saying, my dog gets the tap water.
they get water out of the aquifer.
I
They
forgot
get
you
ice
got
cold.
a. I forgot
Hmm.
you got an aquifer because you got spring water.
Hmm. Yeah, it's ice cold too when it comes out there. It actually, I don't drink water unless it's been safely filtered through coffee, but I have been known to drink that water. All right, by
I don't.
1989, Eileen's behavior was becoming more unpredictable and hostile. She didn't like being insulted. She also started looking for fights on purpose. She does not often travel without a gun in her purse. She sounds like a Kentucky girl. She worked at bars, truck stops, hitchhiking for rides to find customers when nothing else worked, and sometimes stealing things to make extra money. More and more, she talked to Moore about many problems in her life and wanting to get back at someone. Richard Mallory, which is her first victim here, who was 51 years old, was last seen by his coworkers on November 30th, 1989. He was an electrician from Palm Harbor. The next day, his car was found empty at Ormond Beach. His wallet and his papers were scattered nearby, along with some condoms and a half-empty bottle of vodka. On December 13th, his body was found in the woods near Daytona Beach. He was shot 3 times in the chest with a small gun. The police were trying to figure out why someone was killed. They found out that Mallory had been divorced 5 times and known for drinking a lot and being paranoid. He also liked watching porn and going to topless bars. Well, hot damn, wasn't he a peach? A person who used to work with him said he was not mentally well, but that he could not find any proof that he had broken the law. They didn't find anything wrong with the victim and thought it was just overly suspicious about the woman. The investigation stopped on June the 1st, 1990, when a naked person was found dead in the woods 40 miles north of Tampa. They had been shot 6 times with the gun, with a .22. David Spears, who was 43 years old, was identified from his dental records by June the 7th. The last time he was seen leaving his job in Sarasota was on May 19th. Spears wanted to visit his ex-wife in Orlando. Shout out to Orlando. That day, but he didn't get there. Surprisingly, his boss saw the dead man's truck on May 25th parked along I-75 south of Gainesville. But then he couldn't find any more clues. When they found out Spears they had already found the 3rd victim, Charles Karskaden, and I probably mispronounced that, no disrespect, was a 40-year-old part-time rodeo worker from Boonville, Missouri. I don't think I ever been to Boonville. Doodle, you ever been to Boonville?
I didn't know there was a Boonville.
I've heard of Boonville, but I've never been there.
I just
I don't
learned something new.
Gone since May 31st, he disappeared while driving on I-75, meet his fiancée in Tampa. His body was found without clothes 30 miles south of where Spears' murder happened on June the 6th. Karskadian was shot 9 times with a small gun, which made the police think there might be a serial killer involved, but they were unsure. On June the 7th, Karskadian's car was found in Marion County. A .45 gun and some of his personal things were stolen from the car. Peter Sims, a 65-year-old sailor who became a missionary, disappeared on June the 7th, 1990. He was last seen leaving his home in Juniper, Florida, to visit family in Arkansas. Sims did not come home, so the police were told he was missing on June 22nd. By July 4th, no one had found the man, and his car was crashed and left in Orange Springs, Florida. People who saw the car said that there were 2 women inside, one with blonde hair and one with brown hair. They told the police to draw pictures of what the women looked like and the person with the yellow hair was hurt and had blood coming out. The police had a handprint with blood on the trunk of his car. Okay, you guys want to learn a fun fact? So, have you ever been pulled over by a cop? And if you notice they touch your car when they come past you, when they come up to talk to you on your window, that way if you pull away and you do something with that car, that cop's fingerprints and palm prints on the back of your vehicle. They do that here in Florida. Look at this. I put bottled water in. The Arkansas water is fit for consumption. Zephyr Hills is the best water in Florida. I agree. Paula's still coming in here with those temps in Florida. Ice cold water is a bonus. It is a bonus. It is a bonus. Safely filtered through coffee. That is the only way I drink water, because anything that rusts iron, I'm scared of. I listen to Reddit stories at night. A guy when he was a teen, she came in his dad's store wanting a ride, and the dad told him no. She got mad and left. One day they seen her on the news. Wouldn't that be creepy? Holy shit. Live stream leak out. Facebook Messenger. I didn't even know they had Reddit stories to listen to. Y'all gonna have to fill me in on some Reddit stories. All right. Let's see. I drive through Miss Barbara coming in for the win. I drive through there all the time to go to Frederickstown. Arctic, you may have heard of it. Then if I fall asleep on a live like Mom or Dago's, it's on auto, and then I start telling Reddit stories. That's awesome. I love that. Look here, Doodle said, in Missouri, yes. Phil said, oh my, it was so scary where I was, Mom, and I kept trying to get home and no one would help me. Oh, I'm sorry, Phil. Well, I'm glad Arctic was there to help you. Arctic showed you the way home. Boonville, Missouri is a prison town. Ooh, Lord. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, I love Phil. I don't know what happened. We fixed it, though. I grew up in Chiloth. I don't even know how to say that, Dandy. Where Gypsy Rose was housed in the women's prison. Who shit? It was a very strange place. The people that were there, oh, so nice. Of them weren't so nice. Has anyone heard from Prime Paula? I messaged her on Discord. I haven't seen Paula in a minute. I know Paula was going through some personal stuff, but I haven't seen Paula in a while. Kimber, have you talked to Paula?
I haven't seen Prime Paula in a while.
I haven't either. I have not either. Okay, what else did I have here for y'all? I have all kinds of fun stuff tonight. And get some of this pulled up here. Now, like we discussed the other night, I will not be reading the court documents, but I will make sure they're in the description for those of y'all that enjoy reading court documents. Because I don't think I personally have the patience to sit through 87 pages of court documents. I don't remember. I think I'm going to pull this one up. I'm getting all these tapped for you guys so I don't have to do it when we get to that point of the show here. Everybody still going strong over here?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Not you, Paula. Not you, Paula. Prime Paula from Kentucky. Chillicothe. Prime Paula, my love. She's been really busy, but she's okay. Okay, that's good. Doodles talked to her. I haven't seen her or heard from her. Well, I hope she's doing well. Once they put prisons in our small town, crime rates went crazy bad. I bet they did. I bet they did, ma'am. Prisons are not usually good for property value either. There was a wicked witch there too. She was evil like hag nasty grease. Oh my lord, Phil, that's terrifying. I'm sure if you astral Doodle probably give you some cake to make you feel better. I'm so glad you're here though. We'd be lost without you, Phil. All right, let me cut this here camera off. Ooh, look at this girl. So I thought this was kind of interesting. This shows like the different places: Spring Hill, Tennessee, Daytona Beach, like all the places up towards Gainesville. And then this is going to break down the victims for us. We always like to say the victims' names to make sure that we do say the victims' names. There come Doodle in hot with some cake. Oh, she would. Chris says hi, Dirty. I need some overnight cupcakes. Oh, Lord, Dandy. David Spears, the nude body of David Spears, 43-year-old construction worker, found on June 1st, 1990 in Citrus County, had been shot 6 times in the torso. Charles, a few days after Spears' body was discovered, the body of Charles, 40, was discovered in Pasco County. The part-time rodeo worker had been shot 9 times in the chest. Troy Burress, Marion County. Law enforcement found the body of Troy Burress, 50 years old, salesman, on August 4th, 1990, less than a week after he was reported missing. Though the body was fairly decomposed, the medical examiner was able to determine the cause of death: 2 gunshots to the torso. A retired Air Force Major Police Chief and Florida child abusive investigator, Dick Humphrey. Oh, shit! We didn't hear that before. That's why I like looking at all these different resources. My God, this man was...
You're muted.
I was talking to Craig. A retired Air Force Major Police Florida child abuse investigator Dick Humphreys was found dead in Marion County on September 12, 1990. The body was fully clothed and had suffered multiple gunshot wounds to the head and the torso. Humphreys' car was later found in Shawnee County. She liked shooting people in the damn gut, didn't she? What the hell? That's crazy. How you gonna shoot somebody in the gut? Y'all know that is one of the worstest ways to die. One of the worstest. Look, I'm making up words again, y'all. That's one of the worst ways to die, is get shot in the gut.
At least
That's
you didn't
rough.
shoot him in the man bits.
I think it would be less painful because then you'd just bleed to death. This bitch shot him in the gut. That's a slow death. Getting shot in the gut. My God. Oh, look here. Artie said he'll take some crumble cookies. We're putting in orders for sweets. I got my strawberry candies. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay too, Phil. Yeah, Walt was there and Arctic was there and Mikey too, and we all had to go travel such a long way. The Dago of Oz for help. That's how Oswald died. A shot to the gut. That's terrible. That's terrible. Where is Dago? He didn't come in here to hear about Aileen tonight. Gonna have to page him to the white phone. Peter Sims, 65 years old. Sims left Central Florida, headed to New Jersey in June 1990. His car was found in Orange Springs on July 4th, 1990. Though Sims' body had never been found, witnesses described the 2 women in his car near Orange Springs. When was this done? Of course, there ain't no date on here. I wonder if he's still missing. I didn't even look that up. And that's awful, y'all. I didn't even look to see if this man was still missing. Isn't that awful? That's terrible. And I can't even bring y'all updated information. We'll look, though. Walter Antonio, the The partially disrobed body of Walter Antonio, 62, was found November 19th, 1990, in a remote part of Dixie County. He had been shot 4 times in the back and the head. Antonio's car was found 5 days later in Brevard County. Brevard County, for those of y'all that don't know, is Hepatitisville. And Buffalo, which is the Nightmare Before Christmas. And there is a town called Christmas. Mikey's in chat. He can back me up. And there was a beautiful witch, too, and she looked more like a princess. Aww. I seen a copycat crumble cookies on Google. I thought about converting the recipe. Ooh. Ooh. Click those hills, Phil. She was a nut job. My lordy mercy. My lord. That one was a nut, y'all. And then this just goes into the same thing we've already heard about her. Heard about her meeting Tyra in the bar in Daytona. Police then traced the other stolen items from Mallory to Wuornos. A camera from Mallory's automobile was found inside a rented warehouse unit, which was then opened with a key and taken from Wuornos. Wuornos had rented the unit under an alias. Police traced the items of Mallory's car to people from the pawn shops Wuornos had contacted. In 1990, Tyra Moore became more suspicious and not fully aware of Wuornos' activities. Moore moved in with her family in Pennsylvania when Wuornos was arrested on an outstanding warrant at a biker ball in Harbor Oaks, Florida. Police tracked Moore down and used illicit confession from Wuornos. That's crazy, y'all. Micah says, Christmas is one heck of a place. We took Craig to Fort Christmas. Well, we took the kids to Fort Christmas one time. There's a short on my channel. It's called The Christmas Chicken. Because we was at Fort Christmas and I lost track of the Craig. And I was like, where's the Craig? So I go to looking around. He done broke in the chicken house at Fort Christmas and was feeding the chickens. And I said, oh, Lord. I said, we'll film it and then we'll get the hell out of here. He is still missing, y'all. That's crazy. If I'm looking at the right one. No, wait a minute. This is a find a grave. These find a graves, though, I don't trust these. See, burial details unknown. I ain't even going to show you all that shit because that shit may not even be right. Show the evidence, but his body has never been found. So how y'all gonna have it on find a grave, you lying fucks? Do they be putting missing kids on there too? I ain't let them get nothing from me. Lying assholes. You been to Fort Christmas? And the good witch, SRB, beautiful, told me that she had the power all along. And then I clicked my heels and I said, there's no place like home. Oh, my Lord. The druggie didn't use that to be too bad around here. They filtered it over from Buffalo. There ain't nothing good in Buffalo, I tell you right now. So this is 87 pages long. I'm not going to make you guys sit through 87 pages of me reading documentation. I will put this in the description, though. This is the actual documents that don't look very different than documents today. But it goes into, you know, where they found and what they found. So I'll put this in the description as well, because I'm sure y'all don't want to sit here and listen to me read 87 pages. If you do, I'll read it, but I didn't figure y'all would enjoy 87 pages of my country self. Not Buffalo. And the drag strip, that's about it. All right. Serial killer Aileen. Kimber, you got anything you want to put in before I start reading again?
I'm just listening, girl. Go on with your bad self.
Ooh, look at her. What you talking about?
She's crazy.
Serial killer Aileen led a vagabond lifestyle as a sex worker before she was found guilty after murdering 6 men in Florida in 1989 to 1990. Y'all, this woman done killed all them men in a very short period of time. She didn't take her time. Yes, for 15 years. Okay, Stormy. Okay, I see you, girl. And I know that if I ever go looking for my heart's desire again, I won't go looking further than Mom's backyard. Oh, thank you, love. Look at Miss Barbara. Miss Barbara says, run. 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 Right, the Aquanet. Them poor flies stuck on the bathroom wall. Y'all know what y'all know what I'm talking about with the Aquanet. You smell that shit today.
What?
I have an answer.
Was she like a tall woman?
Let me see if I've got some footage, but let's see if we can find an interview.
She doesn't look to be small. She doesn't look to be small in stature. Let me check.
No, she wasn't too small. I might have her death records in here somewhere. I gathered up so much stuff I done lost track of what I had for y'all tonight. Let's see. YouTube real stories. First female serial killer.
She was only 5'4".
These guys are 5'4". So she wasn't very big, but she wasn't very small either.
But she I mean, I don't know. She just looks taller to me.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because it was her. Maybe it's her ominous presence that, you know. I don't know. That makes her look taller. Yeah, Monster was. Charlene Theron did that really well. Arctic Monster.
Mm-hmm.
But she does, to me, I guess, I don't know, but I thought she was would be taller than 5'4". Because I'm 5'.
That's tall to me.
3. And
I'm
I thought
6 foot, so I'm not short by any means.
No.
I'm a freaking giant.
I'm the one that got the short gene of the family.
All right. So this is Australia, 60 minutes. They're usually pretty good about not hitting me. It's not very long either. Florida. Can you guys hear that?
You started and
you guys hear the audio?
Yes.
It was down.
Okay. I'll leave it alone this time.
The dark woods of Florida's highways. It was down dirt roads like this that 7 men met the madness of one angry woman. Aileen Wuornos murdered them, robbed them, and then drove home in their cars.
Those men were shot, just shot in self-defense, boom, boom, boom. You know, they weren't cut up, they weren't sliced up, no OJ jazz, you know. And he said, I did the most horrendous crime in the whole wide world.
Not true?
I guess not. All they were was shot and left. If it was a horrendous crime, why didn't I shoot them between the eyes, cut their penis off, stick it in their mouth?
You know, all they was shot and left. Now, how is that horrendous?
Jeez.
She just shot him and left him? Now, come on now. Y'all being too rough on this girl. She just shot him and left him, y'all. It wasn't even that serious. What the fuck? All right, sorry. I just had to put my 2 cents in.
You know, do all kinds of gross stuff. All they were was shot and left, you know?
She's been called the Damsel of Death and the hooker from hell. But embellishment aside, the story of history's first female serial killer is macabre enough, even without its supporting cast of characters.
Oh, 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 yes, I'm a public defender.
First, there's Lee Wuornos' lawyer. She's given him the job of getting her to the electric chair.
If you want to plead out, that's what I'm all about. Just sign this no contest plea.
What the fuck? He's as crazy as she is. Did
You know
y'all
what
just
they
hear
say.
that? What the hell is
You
that?
know-
The ballot
what
to
they-
defense attorneys?
You know what they say, birds of a feather.
This one,
Fly together.
this motherfucker right here. This motherfucker right here. He a nut. What the fuck? All right, here we go.
Then there's the serial killer's new mother. She first met Lee after her arrest and then legally adopted her.
Sheba. You know, we believe in the Holy Spirit, and so we feel it was him prompting us that this person really needed help, and she had nobody, and just reach out to her. So we did.
I met her in a bar.
And there's Lee's gay lover, who betrayed her to the police.
We were sitting on the floor watching TV, and she just come out and said, I have something to tell you. And I asked her what, and she said that she had shot and killed a man that day.
Lee, it sounds like you've been betrayed by everyone.
That's right, I was. That's why I don't care if I'm executed and leave this planet.
If anyone was destined to end up here on death row, it was probably Lee Wuornos. Psychologists sketch a portrait of a damaged person with a lurid history of abuse that began in childhood. Abandoned by her teenage mother when she was just 6 months old, Lee was raised by her alcoholic grandmother and a cruel grandfather who regularly beat her with his belt buckle. When she was 2, her father committed suicide in jail, where he was doing time for kidnapping and raping a child. By 13, she'd been raped and was pregnant. At 14, she quit school. And when her grandfather kicked her out of home, Lee Wuornos' life on the road began. From age 15, Lee Wuornos worked prostitution's lowest and most dangerous trade. A hitchhiking hooker turning tricks from exit to exit on Florida's interstate highways.
Basically, I'd say I had 5 to 6 guys per day interested. They could be interested in 30, they could be interested in 40, they could be interested for 100. I wasn't too high priced, so I could keep the customers satisfied. And, you know.
That all changed when she turned 33. After years of abuse and degradation at the hands of men, Lee Wuornos started evening the score. The killings all began like this. A middle-aged man pulled over to pick up Lee Wuornos. That's the first of just 2 facts on which everyone agrees. The way Lee tells it, she was just a hooker trying to turn a trick, and the men knew it. The state of Florida maintains she tricked her victims by posing as a damsel in distress. The men thought they were helping her out. Either way, the second fact on which everyone agrees is that Lee Wuornos shot them dead. Maybe you were just born bad.
Boy, I don't know about you. I'm telling you, man. No, I wasn't born bad. You guys got it. See, I'm trying to tell you, man, they lied. They lied so bad to you all.
But you've been convicted of killing 7 men.
Everybody's looking at the number.
Does that not... You
I
killed
looked at the
7 men,
number.
7 strangers. Does that not make you a serial killer?
So I didn't kill them every day, did I? Did I go out there every day and say, I'm going to kill? If I did, there would
Well,
be
no,
hundreds.
it took you 12 months.
Yeah. And that's a hell of a lot of men I went through before the next jerk came along, and I used protection, like a condom.
So it was
from AIDS.
It was self-defense.
Yeah.
Lee, the first one, perhaps, the second, maybe, but
So what?
7 times?
So what?
Lee Wuornos began the last day of her miserable life on the road here, ordering her first beer at 11 in the morning. Close to broke, as usual, it was Lee's style to hustle quarters for the jukebox so she could listen to her favourite song. On this day, that was made easier by two undercover cops. They struck up a conversation with her, ordered some more beer, and then convinced her to step outside.
I'm digging up bones, I'm digging up.
Lee was prepared for anything but the 6 Florida police officers who arrested her. It was from this point the story of the first female serial killer becomes truly perplexing. First, her videotaped confession. Go ahead and put the electric chair to me. I should have never done it, she told police. But by the time of her trial, Lee was pleading self-defense.
She loved you, didn't she?
Yes?
She said she'd do anything for you, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Her case wasn't helped when Tyria Moore, now very much her ex-lover, turned star witness for the prosecution.
And in order for her to say what you wanted her to, you lied to her, right?
Yes?
But it gets worse. Tyria had another deal going with the arresting police. They were trying to sell Hollywood the movie rights to Lee Wuornos's life and crazy times.
Why did you lie to her about those number of things?
Because I wanted her to keep talking about the offenses so I would be cleared.
District Attorney Rick Ridgway is one of the only officials willing to talk about the Wuornos case anymore. The police certainly won't, out of sheer embarrassment.
There was a tremendous amount of almost frenzy about the case, and everybody wanted to get a scoop on the next guy about the case, and there were so many people who were willing to pander to that in order to be the one who gets quoted or who gets the movie made about him.
People from your own sheriff's office?
Well, unfortunately, yes, they did.
As the prosecutor, were you dismayed by that?
Well, to put it mildly, we went through the roof when we found out about it.
In the end, it was only the producers of this American TV movie who were able to cash in on Lee's story. Tyria and the police's conspiracy to get rich quick came to nothing once they were caught. But that hasn't stopped Lee Wuornos suspecting that someone, somewhere, wants to exploit her name.
It's making me get bitter, evil, angry. I've never been before in my life. Worse than even out there with those men. This is evil, what those people have done to me.
Do you feel anger or even hatred towards men?
I never hated men, but now I do. I mean, not all. I have a category. I hate those male. God. I hate those male cops. Real bad, because they're dirtballs. The cops, the judges, the lawyers, they're all male.
I have made peace with my Lord, and I have asked forgiveness.
The final.
She said they was motherfucking dirt balls. Motherfucking dirt balls.
Dirt
Hi, Brian.
balls.
Dirt balls,
Dirt
not even
balls.
dirt bags.
Dirt balls.
They don't even
Dirt
get to be dirt
balls.
bags. They dirt balls.
Good Lord.
Dirt balls, y'all. Dirty balls. You know, they ain't nothing worse in the world than a set of dirty balls. All right, back to the subject at matter here, because we don't want to get off the beaten path on some dirt balls.
The final twist in this already mad tale was when Lee Wuornos decided to plead no contest to the remaining 6 murder charges.
I sentence you in case number 91-463 to death for the murder of Troy Burris.
Her lawyer, Steve Glazer, found himself in the bizarre position of helping his client take the express route to the electric.
You know, Arctic's coming in somewhere.
It was like fishing. I threw the lure out there for him. He says she didn't mind taking the cash to play with her dirty balls. Dirty.
All
Dirty.
you had
Oh.
All you had to do was throw the lure and
Oh
He
my
had
lord.
something.
Dirty balls. I never in my life with some dirty balls. Wash your wiener and wash your balls. I keep my wiener clean. She's shiny and brown. She barks a lot. Well, anyway, let's finish up this here crazy woman.
Chair.
County case number. I sentence you to death for the murder of David Spears.
Thank you. And probably see, I'll be up in heaven while y'all are rotting in hell.
In effect,
That crazy bitch said thank you.
She did, and she said, "I'll be up in heaven while y'all rotting in hell."
This bitch was crazy. Y'all, I done said it
She
once.
actually
She's
told them
crazy than a
thank you
Betsy bug.
when they gave her the death sentence.
She
This is
said,
her real
thank
title.
you. She said, thank you.
And I'll be up in heaven while y'all rotting in hell. What the hell?
Academy nominated. I thought she said abominated. I had to read it again. Nominated. I saw a clip on that. It looked really good. Mom, remember that Axe cleaning ball commercial? Oh my god.
Have you never seen
If I
Monster,
let my
Mom?
winter trophy, it's my business. No,
Have
I've
you
never
never
seen Monster. Craig said that I've seen it, but I don't remember watching it.
Charlene Theron was in it. Is an excellent movie. It is an excellent movie.
He said we watched it, but I don't remember watching it. And you know, it just hit me tonight that, and he said, you knew that when we stayed there, that we stayed in that room. But I guess I'd forgot it. I after his wreck, I stayed so stressed out I was lucky to remember my own damn name. But look at Brian. If I like my winter filthy, that's my business. Lordy mercy. All right, let's get through. Here we go with the singing fucking public defender. I can't, y'all. I can't with this guy.
though, weren't you trying to kill your client?
It's not what I was trying to do, okay? It's what she wanted to have done to her. She was tired of being in the spotlight. She was tired of reporters and police and lawyers, everyone making a career off of her. She did not like the man-hating killer label. She didn't like the lesbian killer angle. She didn't like what people were saying about her. And she knows if she has to go to trial 5 more times, she's going to be for the next 10 years.
Do you still believe she was competent to make that decision?
Without a doubt.
Okay, there will be an automatic appeal. You have the right to an appeal. Mr. Glazer, is that going to be handled by you
May
or the
your
public
wife and
defender?
kids get raped.
I would ask that you would point to the public's office.
Okay, I'll appoint the public defender's office to handle the appeal. There's one other thing that I want to say that I think needs to be said.
I know I was raped. You weren't nothing but a bunch of scum.
Therefore, these proceedings are now
Putting
concluded.
somebody who was raped to death.
Do you still want the chair?
There's no sense in having me tormented for the rest of my life when I don't deserve to be tormented. I did what anybody else would do. And so there's only clemency or the chair. You make your pick, people, because that's the only way it's going to be.
Why did you adopt Aileen Wuornos?
For one reason and one reason only. We wanted her to know what it felt like to be part of a family.
Born-again Christian Arlene Prowley has a fondness for adopting stray animals. When she adopted Lee, she planned a life together on her farm. Now she'd be happy just to keep her alive.
Yeah, Mark, you heard what she said. The crazy bitch. That's what she said. What you thought she said, that's what she said. Oh, crazy ass nut. Crazy bitch.
That's it. Okay, that's about enough. There you go. Well, tell me this. How did you counsel Lee?
I told her to go for the life in prison. I told her that would be the best. I told her that God could use her within the prison to help other girls that were hurting, maybe didn't have a relationship with Jesus, and that she could really be used mightily there. And we fought bitterly over it. She said that no human being had the right to tell another human being what to do with their life.
Stop the murders, deter the crimes away.
Not much phases the singing lawyer Steve Glazer. Not the 3 heart attacks he's suffered since taking on this case, nor the criticism he's endured for seeking Lee Wuornos' execution.
And a rich man's never died upon the chair.
Has this case been good for your career?
No. But that's life. You know, you take obla life goes on, you try something else.
Is there anyone in this cast of characters who isn't a little bit crazy, a little bit eccentric?
I think you got to be a little wild to be in this business.
If Steve Glazer has done his job, Lee Wuornos could be executed in this chair within 3 years. She's waived her right to appeal.
If he hears no last-minute stays from the governor's office, the electrode then is placed on top of the inmate's head. It's an actual cap with an electrode inside. It's secured onto his head. One of these electrodes here is then fastened onto the top of the headpiece.
Ouch.
Alone and lost in her own nightmare, Lee Wuornos is an American horror story. She could escape death row, but her bitterness and hate will see Lee become the first woman in over a century to be executed in Florida. Aren't you afraid?
No, I'm not afraid. I know where I'm going. I'm going to be with the Lord.
Thank you,
Take
too.
care of yourself and tell everybody else hi.
Do you want to die? You want to?
Oh man, if I was to leave this planet, it wouldn't be no big deal to me because this is a wicked, wicked world. Wicked world.
Hello, I'm Alison Langdon. Thanks for watching. To keep up with the latest from 60 Minutes Australia, make sure you subscribe to our channel. You can also download the 9Now app for full episodes and other exclusive 60 Minutes content.
What? Why does her attorney have to sing?
I'm over here on mute. Good Lord, y'all. 'Cause
What?
he was about half crazy as she was.
I'm
I've never in my
saying.
damn life seen a freaking defensive. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I can't wrap my head around what just happened.
Yeah, Brian. She was caught in Daytona Beach. She was. Now it's called the Scoot Inn. Is the name of the hotel now that she was caught in. And Barbara says, "What a singer."
Doodle said, "Lord."
He's probably from Missouri. Oh my Lord.
Missouri people sing all the time.
Missouri sing. Oh, I can't say nothing. I be singing too. Y'all just don't even know that I was over here on mute with Randy. All right, so our beautiful Brutally Honest has sent us a video to watch. This is a public service announcement, and just in case y'all hanging out there in the bushes or in chat and you have dirty balls. So we're going to give this, because if we don't laugh, we'll cry. This woman's crazy as hell.
Hi there, I'm Denise St. Clair, and I am so excited to introduce my co-host for today's exciting event. Former champion of the Albuquerque Open, it's Monica Blake, everybody.
I'm thrilled to be here, Denise. Why don't we get started?
Absolutely.
So no one wants to play with dirty equipment. That's why you have to keep your balls clean. The problem is, bar of soap just doesn't cut it. See? Still dirty.
Well, how can guys clean their balls so that they're more enjoyable to play with?
Well, there's finally a tool that can really get the job done. The Axe Detailer. Cleans your balls. Why don't we start with these small balls? With a soft side for lather, and a rough side for scrubbing, this can make any ball sparkly and new. Go ahead and play with those clean balls, Denise.
Wow.
Dead over here.
I could play with these balls all day. Let's see if if the audience has any questions. You there.
Can it clean these filthy balls?
Throw those fuzzy suckers down here.
Not fuzzy balls.
Look. Cleans right through the prickly surface.
What about my ball sack?
Just plop it right here and let's get to work. It's a big ball sack.
Monica, it looks like we have time for one more demonstration.
Come out here, Mr. Hackerman.
Oh, gosh.
Monica, can you help me with these dirty balls?
Hank, the axe detailer offers such a crazy clean. It can even clean your old balls.
Wow. They look like new.
Incredible. There really is no nook or cranny that thing can't clean. You are a true champion, Monica. If you've got dirty balls that need cleaning, call now and you can get a free detailer. Or just visit the Axe Shower Gel aisle in your closest retailer.
I'm fucking dead. I'm whole ass dead over here, y'all. Those old balls were quite shiny when she got done with them. That's impressive. That's impressive.
Yes, I'm glad Mr. Hackerman's old balls were clean.
It's quite impressive.
It was impressive.
Hey, damn sure ain't gonna be up for no Grammy. Oh, I caught myself singing the ball singing to the washer. Oh Lord, Doodle, wash your dirty balls, right? Man, you got to keep your balls clean. Look at Doodle over here.
Hi, Brian.
Oh my Lord, exactly, Brian.
Can it clean my
DYW, good Lord. Lord, and what did I drop into?
Can it clean my fuzzy balls?
Aileen called the Florida police dirty balls. I call them dirtbags. She said they was dirty balls. So Brutally sent us a short clip that we could watch to appreciate some clean balls. So we proceeded to mix it up a little bit. She sure was a dirty, rough gal, isn't she? Oh, my Lord, Doodle. Oh, my God. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you so much. But does she do a spit shine? Now, that's when you're talented, allegedly. Oh, my Lord. Classic shit right there. It was. It was. She had to do some scrubbing. But I mean, to tell you, them old balls was cleaned right on up. Those does she tumble dry the balls? Well, I would think it would be better to air dry them. Quite impressive, those old shiny balls. I am on to Monsters. Kimber, Timmy's Legacy, good to see you all. Thank you so much, TWY, for coming back in tonight. Thank you. It's an honor to have you here with us this evening. All right, now let's get back to the crazy woman at hand here that we was previously discussing before we got on.
Hold up. We have another crazy woman in chat. Doodle says she has to get back to her. Doodle said she has to get back to her Bible lessons. She's too innocent for this talk.
Just in case y'all missed the bottom of that second one here. Do not disturb. Already disturbed. My ass innocent. Oh my Lord. Kind of like those old messing with Sasquatch commercials. I love the Sasquatch commercials. They're freaking hilarious. The only thing that comes to mind is chocolate salty balls.
Doodle be flashing that I'm innocent card around a lot lately.
I'm gonna have to make her a meme.
Yeah, because
I'm
I'd
gonna
be
have to-
side eye. I'd be making them side eyes like, what?
She gonna get her own right there. She gonna get her own meme.
Special.
See, they gonna be missing all the fun over here.
Hey, Chasey.
I do love playing it. I do. Hello, JC. Thank you so much for coming in. All right. Did we already go over this one here? I don't want you guys to have to watch the same one over and over again.
The last one we watched was Dirty Balls, where she called the cops Dirty Balls.
I meant on this crazy woman.
That's what I meant too. The last one we watched, she called the cops Dirty Balls.
Look at what Mikey said. Oh, he didn't get the notification. Chocolate salty balls.
Well, I'm playing the fifth.
You gonna play the fifth?
Yes, ma'am.
Kimber's pleading the fifth, y'all. Well, if I never, and my daddy'd say, yeah, you won't never with an attitude like that. All right, let's pull this back up here so we can get back to this crazy woman over here. We're going to share the entire screen because it seems like it's bigger like that. All right. So Aileen, serial killer Aileen, led a vagabond lifestyle as a sex worker before she was found guilty in Florida between 1989 and 1990. And then, did we read over this one? No, we didn't. Who was Aileen Wuornos? Serial killer Aileen Wuornos was convicted of murdering 6 men in Florida in 1989 to 1990. Wuornos had exhibited unusual sexual behavior as a child before leaving home as a teenager and had multiple brushes with the law by the 1980s when she made a living as a sex worker on Florida highways. Her nickname spree started around late November of 1989 and earned the nickname the Damsel of Death. After being arrested in January 1991, she confessed to 7 murders before receiving a death sentence, and in 6 of the cases brought against her, although her sanity was questioned, Wuornos was executed by lethal injection October of 2002 at age 46. In addition, documentaries, books, opera. There was an opera? Books and an opera. Good Lord, I said Oprah. I done pulled Oprah into this mess. Her story was depicted in 2003 in the movie Monster, starring that Charlize Theron, and more recently in 2021, Aileen Wuornos' American Boogeyman. Ooh,
Wait,
Lord.
hold up. They did a whole opera about her?
Apparently. Documentaries, books, and an opera.
Wow.
Oh, dear. She did have an ex-husband. Lewis Fell. In Florida, she met a wealthy yachtsman, Louis Gratz Fell. The 20-year-old Wuornos had Fell, who was about 5 decades to her senior, got married. The union was short-lived and felt that Fell left Wuornos within a month. He stated she had a violent and ungovernable temper and beaten him with his cane. Good Lord, you crazy bitch. Aileen asserted to have been the one to attack her. The two officially divorced in July 19th of 1976, the same month her brother Keith died from cancer.
Bonk. You old crazy bitch.
Crazy bitch. I can't remember how that goes. We already went over that. Here we go. So, death and last words. After a decade on death row, Wuornos decided to fire her appeals lawyers who were working for a stay of execution, although the court-appointed attorney argued that the comments made by Aileen suggested she was profoundly disconnected from reality. No shit, Sherlock. In April 2002, Florida Supreme Court ruled that she was able to fire her attorneys. In early October 2002, Florida Governor Jeb Bush lifted a temporary stay of execution After 3 psychiatrists deemed Wuornos mentally competent to understand the death penalty and reasons for its implementation. Wuornos was executed by lethal injection on October 9th, 2002 in Stark, Florida. She was 46 years old. Her reported last words were, "I'd just like to say I'm sailing with the rock and I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus. June 6th, like a movie. The big mothership and all, I'll be back." Wuornos' remains were cremated and scattered by a tree in Michigan. Holy shit. So let's see. She was...
There's the name
That's
of the
movie
opera.
Monster.
How did they
Where?
make a whole? I'm like, Doodle. How did they make a whole opera about her killing 6 men?
Well, if she had that damn defense attorney singing.
Operas
I
are
don't.
natural tragedies, anyways.
He couldn't be in. He couldn't be in an opera.
What's really best?
He ain't got the voice for opera.
Inspired by... I don't see... Where did you see the opera at? On this page?
Up there a little
Go
bit.
up. Go back up. It was opera, not Oprah.
Did it
Right
tell
there,
the
it
name
says,
of
in
it?
addition to the books and... Keep moving. Is right
Hold on.
under the movie and television.
Under it?
Yeah, it's like right under it. In addition... You keep going too fast.
Go back slowly.
Oh, Wuornos. The opera Wuornos. Story has been told closely profiled movies. British documentarian Nick Bruffield created 2 works. Aileen Wuornos, The Selling of a Serial Killer in 1993, and a decade later, Aileen, The Life and Death of a Serial Killer. Wow. Why be damned.
She had her own opera.
Mm-mm-mm.
Wow.
Mm-mm-mm. That's crazy. I can't get over that. Look at Doodle over here. Damn typos. She took out 6 men. Yeah, she admitted to 7 of them. She was a trip for sure. Lord, talk about a bitter old heifer.
Talk about cheese sliding off your cracker.
That the shit done slid plumb off her cracker and run the fuck away.
It was some smart
Doodle
cheese.
give me a finder's fee for suggested might for as a soap salesman. Oh Lord. Right? That's crazy. He had dirty balls. Mm-mm-mm. I bet it sounded more like a metal. Cheese balls. Right, Arctic? Hopefully the tree didn't die.
That's what I was fixing to say.
Maybe that
She
isn't weird. The bushes with a pro-death when a stay of execution. That's crazy.
Tell me that shit. What? What'd they say?
Mark said, tell me that isn't weird. The Bushes who are pro-death penalty went for a stay of execution. That's crazy. Why would they even try a stay of execution for her?
Because they thought she was a whack job and he wanted her mental health evaluated. But she was like, I want off. She was like, I want to die. I want off the big blue marble.
Every time you say that, I cry, Kimber. Every time she says what? Oh, the opera. This one was fucking. That shit kind of crazy, man, y'all. Okay, so I thought this was kind of interesting. This is the National Library of Medicine. This is what I like to do. I like to look into the minds of monsters. So I thought this might be kind of cool to take a look at some different kind of information on Aileen. Serial murder in the case of Aileen Wuornos attached theory, psychopathy, and predatory aggression. Abstract. The extended research on female homicide has yet to offer any systematic assessment of to why murder serially. Part of the explanation are attributed to existing literature focusing on justifiable and excusable homicide, or women who kill their abusive partners because they have been battered and fear their lives are danger or otherwise victimized. Thus, predatory homicide perpetrated by women has not received extensive attention to the relevant literature. This article aims to address the deficiency by providing a detailed case study of analysts of Aileen Wuornos, a convicted serial murderer executed in Brevard Correctional Institution in Pembroke Pines, Florida on October the 9th, 2002, by linking the literature, the attached theories, and research on psychopathy and predatory aggression. This article argues that Aileen Wuornos was a cold-blooded and calculated killer, a serial offender responsible for her delinquent and criminal behavior. Generalizing from the case of Aileen, several tentative recommendations and proposals are linked in the clinical and forensic prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, as well as research on women with psychopathy and predatory serial homicide. And then this is the role in the psychopathy of sexuality in a female serial killer. Profile of women and men convicted in domestic homicide. So I thought this was kind of interesting. I wanted to put this in the description as well, and then it's got like the drop down links and stuff. So I thought this was really cool. Why am I not looking? Okay. And then when you click on the drop downs, like it's got statistics on here. So I thought this was something really neat that we would throw in the description. I kind of wanted to read over to you guys, because you find all kinds of really cool stuff when you're looking up these cases like this. And I like to share anything that I find interesting that you guys might find interesting as well. Yes, everyone's safe. Drifty's on panel up here with us. My grandson lives in a small town outside of Paducah. And I had it for many earlier, so if something was going on, I'd know about it by now. But I'm also going to include this in the description as well, because I thought it was interesting, and it might, it's something good we can always just look back at. My nerd side kicked in for a minute. Okay, we grabbed all these links, so I'm going to cut this down so it doesn't cause it to freeze up on us. We'll hold for a second. Kimber, what do you think so far about this crazy woman?
Dude,
Kimber,
yes, I've always thought she'd been a crazy bitch. Ever since I first saw the story, she's nuts.
She's straight up kind of nut. What do you think, Drifty?
I think she's crazy. It's nature versus nurture, and she didn't have either one, so she was just up a creek. A very deep creek without the paddle and without the boat.
I mean, I get that she had a rough childhood, but at some point, you gotta, like we've discussed, you gotta scooch past that. You can't go around killing people.
No, I agree there. Hey, there's another topic you could do, Mom, is say the Salem witch trials. That would be a fun topic. Or at least I think it would be fun.
That is a good topic.
I want to go and spend a week in Boston and Salem. Bounce back and forth. Like stay in a hotel between the two. Or one of those fancy Airbnbs everybody talks about. And I'm like,
Lizzie Borden's house and spend the night.
It's snowing here, so it was raining yesterday,
Come
snowing
on.
today.
Yeah, it's storming. It's storming down here, so my shit's froze. Hopefully it unfreezes. Come on. Okay, there it goes. Doodle says Prime Paula's house is safe, but her church are flooded. TWI says after this chat, I'm going to look for this opera. It has to be interesting.
Yay, Mickey. Mickey.
Well, this is pissing me off. Sorry, y'all. I'm froze if you can hear me. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it looks like it's straight up now. I can't even see my bubble moving. Age 18, Wuornos was arrested in Jefferson County, Colorado for driving under the influence, DUI, disorderly conduct, and fire. Yeah, we read that. Isn't that crazy, Brian? Thank you for the update. Tell her that we're thinking of her. They said, Doodle.
Yeah, Mickey, it's me.
Farm machines in the stomach. I've had a very interesting conversation about nature versus nurture. Nerdier than a payday bar. Hi, Mickey. Thank you so much for being here. Aw, thank you, honey. Bill says y'all can come sleep at my house. He attempted self-harm 6 times. Good Lord. Which one's, Taylor? The witch trials or Liz's house? Because that's where I'd like to go. I would love to go to. Oh, Paula, I'm super jealous. You got to the tour's house. I heard it was a bed and breakfast now. You can actually go and you can go and tour it. Kimber.
Mom. Mom.
Hold down the fort
Mom.
for a minute.
Huh?
I'll be right back.
Okay. Hello. How are y'all?
Oh, my nose.
Hi, Mickey. I would sing to y'all, but brutally. You're so funny. Not the lawnmower again.
I definitely don't need to be singing. It'd be all nasally.
I love it when Mackie says, "G'day, g'day,
G'day, mate.
G'day." Me and Mom be singing. That was pretty funny. Really, sometimes I crack myself up. See, I'd love to go to Lizzie Borden's house. I saw that movie when Elizabeth Montgomery played Lizzie. I did. She did a heck of a job, too.
Yeah, it's a bed and breakfast.
I'm sure it's a haunted bread and breakfast, too.
Yeah. As long as you don't let Sis in there, we'll be good, because she probably gives all the... Get them all stirred up.
She'd try.
I don't know. See, when up in... Like, I live on a haunted farm. Like, it is haunted beyond belief. Well, she was living up on the hill once upon a time. Well, she started up all the, she started messing around and remodeling and stuff. And she, the spirits didn't like it very much. She threatened them with sage. They behaved after that.
I keep a sage stick here just to, I cleanse my house about, I don't know, 2 or 3 times a year.
Oh, Mom and Dad's house is so haunted. You can literally, like, if you're there by yourself completely, because Dad's out and Mom's out and it's late at night, you can hear them coming up the steps, going down the steps, giggling. I'm good.
I'd like that sage stick. They'd be gone. Hello. My smudge stick.
And when we had the old, when Mom and Dad had the old doorbell, that sucker would go off all hours of the day and night. But like, first time that happened, I flipped out. And mine and Mom's best friend, well, my dad's best friend, since he was like, I think 6 years old, he decided it was a good idea to mess with somebody with bad anxiety. He's like, they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you. I said, oh, you gonna get it. You gonna get it. You gonna get it bad when I get a hold of you.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah,
But y'all,
hear you.
But y'all, here's the one thing I don't understand about the sage. Every time I sage my house, I wind up outside. Can y'all explain to me why that I wind up outside every time I sage my house?
Girl, if you're saging your house and you're ending up outside, what are you trying to kick yourself out of your house?
I'll just be standing in the living room. I sage my house and I wind up outside. What's up with that?
Damn it, girl.
I'd tell you.
I don't know how to use this new mic, so I hope y'all can hear me okay. I ain't yelling at nobody, am I?
No.
You's coming through loud and proud.
Perfect. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what the hell happened. My other laptop just decided it just wasn't going to play tonight.
Mackie said dispelling.
My other computer said, nope, negative, Ghost Rider. I will not be participating in the live tonight.
But I'll tell you, I can tell you, that sage, oh, it stinks so bad. That's why they leave.
That's why they leave.
Yeah, I raise my windows. My dad used to scream, open the doors, let the devil out. I said, why, Dad, use the door? That's what Mackie said. That's hilarious, Mackie. But yeah, I saged that house. I saged the house, and I'm like, my son's like, dang, Mom, you saged the house. I'm like, yep. Because I sage it about 2 or 3 times a year just to, because I mean, any house can get you get that negative energy in it, and you just start. And sometimes I'm just like, ugh, I feel like creepy vibes. So when I get creepy vibes and negative energy, I'll just be saging. No doors be shutting or nobody be running up down the stairs or I don't hear no screaming. First time I hear screaming, I'm out.
You're out?
Yeah, if I ever hear screaming when I'm saging, I'm gone. I don't scream when I sage, so that's good. I actually sage myself sometimes too.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
I
I tell
do.
you something else. You can put crystals in your windows. Wash crystals with sea salt and put them in your windows. Yep. Drifty, I thought this mic was touched to. Oh, it is touched to mute. I just didn't touch it hard enough.
Oh, great. Now she'll be touching the mic and then muting herself all the time.
I'll show y'all. Look, I'm a real YouTuber now.
Doodle said she thought she had a ghost or a burglar. No, it was a can of corn that rolled on the floor. Look at you with your
Not a
fancy.
burglar.
Look at
Isn't
you
that
with your
fancy, y'all?
That's fancy. I have mic envy. That's
You have mic
fancy.
envy?
I have mic
As long as y'all
envy.
hear me. So
We
I
can
wasn't
hear you.
planning on testing it tonight, but apparently we're going to test it tonight. Look here. I can tap it, and I should be muted. Did y'all hear me? Did y'all hear me say?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
You still hear me? Oh, well, then
Yeah.
that makes the lights go out. I had to read the constructions again.
Yeah, because that didn't mute you. That just changed the colors. While you was tapping. Yeah, it does change colors when you tap it like that. It turns it on and off, and yeah.
Isn't that fancy? Look at that.
It
I
is
want one of them
fancy.
things like Dago's got so I can hang it to the side and look all professional with it. But it come with one of these little tripod standy things. So since my other computer just crapped out, that was kind of a sign, I guess, to say, use the computer that Minnie bought for you, that built for you to be a real YouTuber. So I guess that's what we'll do.
Your computer crapped out?
Yep.
Well, I missed all that.
Yep, I couldn't hear y'all. I couldn't see the screen, nothing. Everything just went gone.
It went bye-bye? It was evil. You should have staged it, see?
Yeah, right. I'm going to shut this one down completely because I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. So let me just let it rest for a little while.
Arctic says he has that same mic. The top button is supposed to mute. Is there a button on the top of it?
No, it ain't got no button. It's got this little button down here on the bottom.
Well, hit it.
Does that change the volume? Can y'all hear me now?
I can hear you.
You can still hear me? So that's
Yeah.
volume. I
there
had to
another?
get the constructions out. I don't think there's no more buttons.
That's what I knew I was baby.
No, it ain't got no other buttons.
You know the picture of the flag in World War II where they're raising up that
Mhm.
picture? I knew that.
Oh.
Guess what day that happened on?
When?
My birthday, February 23rd.
Really?
Yeah, I knew it.
I've got lung disease, illness. I'm burning sage and Palo.
Arctic says he taps the top to mute.
I'm trying to get down here. Love story. Tap the top. Am I supposed to hold it down? Can y'all still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, piss on it. We'll fool with it later. It's not really a button. Oh. Well, as long as y'all can hear me okay and you're fine with it and everything, then I'm good with it too. I know that threw my light off because I've got computer screens, all the things. It's my organized chaos, y'all. Does the signal seem like it's better on this one?
Yes.
Fuzzy? Oh, I
No,
guess it
you're not
was
fuzzy.
No.
It might be a setting in your computer. That's possible. I wonder if y'all are hearing me from both, but it shouldn't because I plugged it all in the way you're supposed to. Who the hell knows? Good Lord. I go to thinking about it, we'll be here all night trying to figure out what the hell I did to it. I done killed one computer tonight. Alright. Okay, make sure y'all can see what I can see. Thank you guys for all being here. I appreciate you very, very much. You hear me loud and clear? Perfect. Okay, so this is Click Orlando. Infamous serial killer nabbed at the Central Florida bar. Here's where it happened.
A serial killer. A serial killer drank her last beer at this Florida bar. Here's her story. Oh, we're talking about.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Arctic. Doodle's not telling the whole story. Regardless if you press the top or not. I don't know, guys.
Aileen Wuornos. She was arrested there in January 1991 for the 7 murders she committed.
You probably know the movie Monster, of course.
Yeah.
ClickOrlando.com, News 6 digital producer Anthony Talcott got the whole story from the founder of the bar, Tony.
Ginger Justin. Now, this biker bar is on the side of South Ridgewood Avenue in Port Orange, and it may look like any other biker bar, which there are a lot nearby. The locals know this one as the Last Resort Bar. It's got a pretty dark history. Now, it gained recognition around the country in the 1990s as a hunt for one of the most notorious female serial killers in U.S. history. It was even featured in the movie Monster. Now, Wesley Brewer, who works at the Last Resort, says Aileen Wuornos was a regular customer there, and she sometimes even stayed the night. Now, he told me Wuornos still has mail sent to the bar, even though she was executed in 2002, though it's mainly magazines and other kinds of subscriptions. Now, the bar's founder, Al Bullings, told me that there were undercover police drinking with Wuornos the night that she was arrested. Outside, guests can find a vigil dedicated to Wuornos, including information on her aliases, birth name, and the men whom she killed. Many bricks along the bar's exterior wall are painted with messages about the serial killer herself. And just down the street, another infamous location connected.
Okay, y'all. So this right here is the room she stayed in. That's the room that we stayed in. This is called the Scoot Inn in Daytona. The corn woke me up, so I had a shotgun and only had my bloomers and a t-shirt on. Oh, Lord, Doodle. Doodle done come out in the shotgun and her undies, fixing to take out the can of corn. Oh, my Lord. Yes, it's called The Last Resort. When I get my car fixed, what I'll do, if you guys will be interested in it, one night when we're just doing a mix-up matchup night, I'll show pictures of The Last Resort. I'll go and I'll get some footage for you guys. Maybe upload a short on the channel if that's something you guys are interested in. I think The Last Resort was a Hells Angels bar. It's very possible.
At least she got
Kinda
a beer
makes me
before she
sick.
went to jail.
Right. Beer and a cigarette, hopefully.
Yeah.
Doodle says yes, and Timmy's in high side. The corn was a burglar or a ghost. I grabbed my weapon as well as found that can of corn that rolled onto the floor. Oh, Lord.
So Doodle's in there in a t-shirt, her drawers, with a shotgun and a burglarizing can of corn.
And she still side eyes corn, apparently. Doodle's now scarred by corn. But yeah, I wanted to share that with you guys that actually stayed in that room. All right, I'll let this play.
Blanket to Wuornos still stands. Now, prior to her arrest, Wuornos reportedly stayed in room 9 at a motel called the Fairview Inn. However, the motel has since been bought out and redubbed the Scoot Inn.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still pretty appropriate. Scooters and stuff, right? Now, Jester, Ginger, if you want to find out which room it is now, you can head to my story in the homepage of clickorlando.com. Back to you.
Okay, so what you're saying is we can still stay in the same room, but now it's probably changed because it's now a different place.
I would assume so. It's got a new number, but good luck trying to get in there. From what the manager tells me, it's booked out pretty often because it's so well known for being the last place that she stayed in. So
People
in
are
their right
dark.
mind?
I know. People are so dark.
yeah, not a place I'd want to stay, but I also didn't get a chance to get a good look. But
You did?
oh, I did not. No.
Oh,
I tried
okay.
to,
Oh
but
my
somebody
gosh, I was going to
staying there
say,
at the time,
I worry
so.
about you sometimes going to these places.
I'll have to
so-
go back there sometime to see if I can get a better look.
Yeah,
So,
don't, Anthony.
don't
It's
say
fine.
that.
It's fine. It's okay. Thank you so much. That's
Yeah,
a
no
really
problem.
fascinating
Yeah.
story. I suggest if you really wanted a good movie, Monster is excellent. It is
Charlize Theron
terrifying.
yeah,
You don't even recognize
it's
her.
crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so the room looks like any other
push
cheap
keeps into
fuck motel.
Florida.
I was involved in a bad wreck.
Honest,
I called attorney Dan Newland. His team
like it doesn't look like any, like there's no pictures on the wall of her or anything fun like that. It's just a regular room with 2 beds and cliffhanger. Seat doodles playing. I'm sure I heard her say that she's a pasties gal using a t-shirt as a front. Oh my Lord. I'm gonna have to watch that movie. You guys are got me over here. Okay, Drifty, if you can still hear me, I'm sorry. I just now saw you. Go get some rest. Thank you for coming up with us. But yeah, it just looks like any, cheap, you would expect a cheap fuck motel to look at, to look like. It's not anything special. So there's the last resort, and I could definitely get some footage of that if you guys are interested in it. There's some pictures, oh, crazy lady there. It's the inside of the bar. Al Billings, the owner and founder of the Last Resort.
Do they have a sign out there that said Aileen Wuornos was arrested here or something?
Yeah, they have a memorial. Oh, look at that big old dick up there in the corner. Good Lord, dicks everywhere. Here's the memorial. Can y'all see that on the screen? Yep, there's her memorial.
Oh, wow.
There's the bricks.
The
Serial killer
bricks.
Morris, I was raped. Yeah, the bricks on the side of the wall. Where people wrote things on them to her. And then there's her memorial. Oh, Craig will be happy to be able to go to a bar. He'll be excited. I won't have a bit of trouble out of getting him to take me there. There they have the old newspapers. Aileen's last beer was consumed here. What the fuck? If they're not outrageous, I might pick up a t-shirt and we might do like a spinning winter wheel one night and give away a t-shirt from the last place that Aileen had a beer. Look at that. All the pictures of everybody on the wall. And there's the Scoot Inn. It's owned by a really nice older couple now. And like I said, it's room number 7. See, I showed you guys in the video. Is that my damn car? That looks like. Oh no, the rims ain't right. Girl. What the fuck?
That's my damn car.
I got them damn fools that took a picture of my damn car. Well, tell me that don't look like my damn car. Why? Look at the rims. They make my rims. Them's plastic. I got chrome rims. It's the right color though, and the hood's right. Man, Cracker, you in bed? Come over here. This might be my damn car. Creepy fuckers. Y'all couldn't even knock on the door. Here's the last resort, the bar. Oh, look here what we got. Special episode of Lap of Love. I think we'll pass on that. What do y'all think? We're going to pass on the Lap of Love.
Yeah, that sounds kind of scary.
I don't know about no Lap of Love. Look at Doodle. She says, thank you all for joining us. And thank you all for joining us. I appreciate y'all. Looks like the last resort. It looks like the last resort I wouldn't want to be. Ooh, Lord. Still shading me. Phil, we always want a thrill. Hell, I just about got a thrill and I thought that was my damn car sitting there.
Mom was like, and here's my car sitting outside room number 7.
Thank you, Paula. Well, I had to look twice. Because that sure looked like my damn car. You've seen my car, Kimber. Well, hell, a bunch of y'all seen my car. I'm going to turn my camera off long enough to stand up. I'm going to turn this other light on because I don't like looking all dark like that.
And see, this is what happens when we get obsessed with serial killers. We want to go where they've been, and we want to get inside their minds.
Well, I mean, how much more fun is that?
There's not a whole lot more fun than that. I mean, what they did was definitely wrong, but it's just you want to get inside their minds to figure out what the fuck were you thinking?
Could y'all hear that video all right? Was it echoing or anything?
No.
Oh, good. Well, that's
no echo.
Hear this Apple computer. This Apple. Molly says check Discord. They got some nice looking plastic chairs. They did. And you know what? I will say one thing about that little no-tell motel. You can't smoke in the rooms. You have to go outside to smoke.
Hey, I got me some plastic Adirondack chairs. I love them.
Oh, did you now?
I did at the Lowe's. They were $20 a piece. I got 4 of them bitches several years ago. They are plastic, but they are Adirondack chairs. I love them.
That's a hell of a deal.
Yeah, I got to go back and get one because one of them broke.
One of them broke? Oh, my Lord, Molly.
What's Molly done now? Molly, go to timeout. Go to the corner. Just right now, go to the corner.
How do I do it without making it? Okay, here, hang on. Doodle.
Molly's in the corner. Molly's in timeout. I know she's done something to be in timeout, so I just went on and put her there.
Oh, my Lord. Let's see. The window. Oh, shit. How come it won't let me? Well, I don't want to do it like that. Oh, this don't work like my oven does. Okay, here we go. Look at there. Can y'all see that?
Yes.
That's a Doodle with a firearm and some corn. That's fucking priceless. Phil says, I'm typing on my laptop now, and some of my comments do not appear on my phone. They're coming up on my side, Phil.
We're seeing you.
But they ain't clean. I can see you, Phil. Doodlebug. Molly loves you. Look at that. That's a badass bitch right there. That's a bad bitch right there. Look, Mickey's down here in tears. Oh, my Lord. Molly for the win. Oh, there it went.
What did you do? What are you doing?
I figured out how to make it big. I'm not used to using this computer, y'all.
Oh.
I'm
Well,
scared.
I can't tell what you're. There's nothing on the screen, so I don't know what you're doing. You're just going there it went. I don't know what you're doing.
Well, now it's not. There it goes. Now it wasn't working.
I'm afraid you're going to push me out the window.
Push you out the window.
I already pushed myself.
Is them leopard skin draws? My Lord. Can y'all see it better now?
Look at Doodle.
Doodle
And her
is
canvas.
rocking that shit. With them lady nuggets and all.
All right, them lady nuggets.
My goodness. Oh, shit. Now I done closed the whole Discord tab. Welcome to the shitstorm on Sunday night.
At least, Molly said, at least I didn't show the golden corn gnome. Doodle said, dang, Molly, what kind of girl do you think I am?
My goodness. Brian's all excited down here. Fart, fart. Look at TW.
Yes, Phil, I saw you recommend that. Up here, where is it? I saw it, Phil. Hold on, honey.
How come my thingy?
I gotta find it. Wait a minute. I saw Phil recommend that. Where did it go? I know I saw that.
Looks like
Hold on.
Mickey's last Christmas card.
Where is it, Phil? I saw that. I'm typing my. Hold on. Give me just a second, Phil. I saw that. Where's Phil's?
I take request files just so y'all know. Oh my goodness.
Hold on. Phil said
Sexy.
she typed. Phil said they typed something earlier, and I'm looking for it. Hold on.
If it was between me switching computers, Phil, I just missed it, love. It wasn't nothing.
I'm looking to see, though, because they said that it shows on their laptop, but not on their phone. So, give me a minute.
Yeah, we'll let Kimber figure that out. I'll try to get this up.
Oh, thank you. Thank goodness.
Button will be all big.
Thank goodness your part-time tech department's better than your purchasing department. They got the herpes and the fleas.
Herpes and the fleas.
They all jammed up over there. I don't want no part of their shit.
This one, she took the stand. Let's see, I don't want y'all to have to sit through the whole.
There's Doodle catching herself singing to the washer. I'm looking for Phil's comment. Let's see if I can see it. Because I don't want it to be eating Phil's comments. Hold on. Where is it? Here's a trip for sure. Don't worry. Hit more. Phil's really easy to find too because the name's long, so it's really easy to find. Nature versus nurture. Y'all can come sleep at my house. I'm scrolling. Look up Satan's Harvest. Oh, here it is. I see it, Phil. Look up the exorcism of Maurice Frenchy Thoreau in Warren, Massachusetts. I see it.
Take note of that, Kimber.
Hold on. Now I got to go back and find it. Give me a minute.
Oh,
okay, hold on. I'm going to screenshot it, Phil, so we can look that up later. Give me just a second here. I got it. Okay, I screenshotted it where they said that earlier. I did see it, Phil.
Hi, Skits. Welcome in, honey.
The book and the movie were titled Satan's Harvest about that, Phil.
Scott, welcome in.
I did see the entire comment. Hey, Scott. I did see the entire comment. Hi, Skit.
Thank you guys so much for being here.
But I did see the entire comment.
Let me turn my camera off because I'm
It
not sure
didn't.
how this.
Oh, okay. It didn't eat your comment, Phil. It was there.
It better not be because I went and reset that little son of a bitch. I'll deactivate it. Don't fool with me. It has to be gone.
Was it Nightbot?
All right. That's why I said if Nightbot had ate the comment, that'd been Nightbot's last freaking night at eating comments.
No, it didn't. It didn't. It was there.
I have a Streamlabs bot, and I will trade his ass right on out for Streamlabs.
No, it was there.
You hear me, Nightbot? I'll get rid of your ass. I've got a backup just in case you start acting stupid. Thank you so much for being here, guys. If you take the time, please hit the like button. It's totally free. It's your touch DNA you get to keep on your personal device. It is much appreciated. All right, so I got y'all a special treat here. This is Aileen, and the whole trial is in this link. It'll be in the description. The whole trial is on here, but this is something we would have to do in like several days. So I just picked out a couple of scenes that I thought would be interesting to play with tonight. So here we go. You guys let me know if the audio's okay.
Yes, Judge. Not to make any assumptions, right? Judge, I'm going to ask the document, man, just to be excluded after we read the bench.
Judge, we discussed the issue at the bench. We made a formal request that Dr. McMahon be allowed to be present in the courtroom today to observe some of the testimony as it would be relevant to her consideration of issues in the case and possibly would be relevant to explaining the subject matter of the testimony and what's perceived. I think Your Honor agreed with Mr. Moore's objection to that procedure. We think it would be significant under aid for the defense to have Dr. McMahon present in the courtroom, but I won't put it in Your Honor's order.
The rule was in motion, the rule will be enforced.
I think the next step, Your Honor, is for the state had a sort of a semi-rest yesterday. We need a formal rest.
Yes, sir. We can do that in front of the jury. Are you ready to totally rest now?
Yes, sir. The state is ready to rest.
You may proceed, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we would renew all previous motions, renew all previous requests for mistrial, renew all previous objections and applications that the defense has made. I don't know if the court would like to have argument on all of those.
It would be the same as made at the time they were opposed,
pretty much, yeah.
State of mind.
No, we want to watch her on the stand now. I don't want to watch all this shit. We want to see the crazy bitch.
We have the matter relating to Ms. Davis. would be something that would be. There are other.
Time, let me know. Okay.
Any law that only convictions can be addressed, and I will rule accordingly.
Well, Judge, what I'm saying is, it's one thing for the question to be asked, smoke to hit the air, and Your Honor to rule. It's another thing to give.
Rule when it hits the air.
What I'm saying is it should not hit the air, Your Honor, because it would be highly unfair to do that.
I'll leave that to the ethics of the attorneys.
Yes, Judge. And that's it, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Any further?
Your Honor, we have until about 9:45.
Well, 9:45, or I had a jury coming in at 9:30.
We'd like to have a little additional time. This announcement and we were in depositions last night till well after dark.
All right. Counsel, you're supposed to tell the jury 9:45.
Please state your full name for the record.
Aileen Wuornos.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, if you can't hear me at any time, let me know. Okay?
And I would also ask him that you speak loudly enough for the individual to hear you.
Okay.
You might need to come a little closer to the microphone if you can. Okay? How old are you?
35.
Where are you from?
Troy, Michigan.
When did you leave home or come to Florida?
Around 14 years old.
Okay. Where had you been living just prior when you were 14 years old? You decided to come to Florida.
I was living in Troy, Michigan.
Okay, with your family?
Yes.
Why did you come to Florida?
Because when I was younger and I was living out in the streets, I was sleeping in the snow and all. It was too cold. And I had to come to Florida where it was warmer weather and seek warmer shelter.
Okay. How did you come to Florida?
I hitchhiked.
And did you come with a friend or how did you come?
By myself.
How did you support yourself during those early years?
Well, I had a couple jobs for 75 cents an hour, but I basically was a prostitute.
Okay. When did you start becoming a prostitute, Lee?
At the age of 16.
And how did that happen? How did you end up getting into that particular profession?
Well, when I was hitchhiking, a lot of guys would pick me up and they'd ask me if I wanted to make some money. And they'd give me like $60 or $100, and back in them days, $2, you could get a $2 meal for, a cheap meal. So it was really good money. I was only making 75 cents an hour, and it was excellent money to help me because I was on the road. And so I took the offer, and that's where I became a hitchhiking prostitute.
You was in Florida doing that? Were you all
No, I was all over the United States.
Okay. And how old were you when you finally came to Florida to settle? Do you remember?
Yes, I was about, I was 16 when I came to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, to just settle, I was about 20.
Have you ever had any children?
Yes, I have one son.
And how old are you then?
He should be about 21
How
or
old were
22.
you when you had him?
Oh, I was 14.
Okay. And did you get the child up, or what happened?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Let her answer the question.
My grandmother made me give the child up. My parents, my grandmother and grandfather.
You thought of your grandparents as your parents?
Yes, they adopted me.
How often over the last few years, let's start 4 or 5 years ago, how often would you go out during the week to hustle on the highways?
Just previously?
Let's say the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, I would go out about anywhere from 3 to 7 days. It depended. It basically 4 days out of the week for sure.
Okay. And how many men would you say you have contact with during the course of a day?
I would say I had at least anywhere from 3 to 8. It depended, it varied, but definitely 3 a day at least. I mean, but it varied. I could have 6, I could have 8.
And not all of those contact, or were all of those contacts sexual?
Yes, those are sexual contact.
Okay. And did you have contacts with men on the road that weren't sexual?
Oh,
just
yeah.
a ride?
Every day, at least 8 to 15, because I worked from exit to exit.
Okay, explain that. You worked from exit to exit.
Well, I would leave Daytona, and there's times I spend the whole day on the road or the whole night. I'd stay 2 or 3 days gone. And I just worked from one exit to the other. If a guy would pick me up and he wasn't interested, now a lot of guys asked me too. I didn't have to ask them.
Okay.
And if they were interested, fine. But if they weren't, I'd just get off the next exit and try again.
Okay. There came a time when you met Tyree Moore.
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
1986.
And describe your relationship with Ty.
Well, I met her at the Zodiac, and from the very first day I met her, we fell head over heels with each other. And at the first year, we were pretty, kind of sexual, but the second year and the third year and on, we became like sisters, and I loved her very deeply. She loved me very deeply, but we didn't care about the sex part anymore. We just cared about each other. We were really, really close, like a knot, tied like a rope, like a knot on a rope.
Did your, I'm going to call it hustling because that's what you called it, your hustling, stop once you got into the relationship with Ty?
No, matter of fact, she quit her job at El Caribe. The first month that I was with her, she quit her job because I told her I make $150 a day or better, and you only make $150 a week. So if you want to quit, I'll support you. And she was all for it, and she continued to support me like a cheerleader. She wanted me out there. She told me all the time to go out and make more money.
Did you begin to go out more often? Did there come a time you started going out more often?
The last year, she didn't like the trailer living, and she just constantly was telling me that I wasn't providing enough for her, that she wanted me to go out there and make more money because she wanted me to get a pressure cleaner business again and also get a house for her, everything else. So she said, I want you to go out there more often. She was pretty much like my pimp, it seemed like. I was a white slave. I didn't realize it. She'd tell me to go on out there. If I didn't, she was going to break up with me and find another girl that would definitely take care of her. And I loved her to the max, and I wasn't going to do that.
Did you talk about your experiences on the road with her?
Not really.
Why not?
She didn't want to hear it. She always told me not to talk to her about it. She didn't care what happened to me out there.
Did you try to talk to her about Richard Mallard?
Yeah, I did, but she didn't want to listen.
And during the times that you were with Ty, did she ever work?
Tyra worked when I first met her Al Caribe, then she quit a month. I took care of her, and then she worked for a couple times at Separate Hills Motel, but she didn't get any money. That was for board, so I took care of her there. The only solid job she ever had, she was a laundry worker for 2 months, and that didn't work long, so forget that. The only solid job she had was Casa Del Mar the last year. She was making like $300 every 2 weeks.
Okay.
or 277, something like that.
And was she working when you two split up?
No,
Had she quit her job?
she got fired.
Do you know why?
She beat up her boss.
So during these periods of time, were you supporting her?
Yes.
What were you spending your money on?
Oh, wow. Well, see, I wanted to save up for like a house and the pressure cleaner and everything else. And every time I came home with money, she always wanted to go to the mall, buy clothes. I never bought clothes for myself. I had a bra even that had Band-Aids on it and safety pin and everything. I mean, I never could. I just took care of her. I didn't really seem to want to care about myself. I just took care of her and bought her a lot of clothes and everything. And a lot of times she'd just go to the bars, and we go to fancy restaurants and bars, and we blew it all in basically bars. I mean, $100, I saw her spend $200 in a quarter machine for stuffed animals in one night, just on quarters machine. She whatever she wanted, she got it. I loved her very much.
Did you like to drink too?
Yes, I drank.
Did you drink a lot?
Just as much as her. We always kept even. We always made sure we were drinking the same amount, so one wouldn't have more than the other. That's how close we were. We did everything together.
Would you drink when you were out on the road working?
Yeah, I drank about, I'd say anywhere from 2 to 6 beers, sometimes more, sometimes less.
Why would you drink out on the road?
Well, it was like my tranquilizer. I was shy and hard to sometimes. I was just shy. I was embarrassed about my body because I had a whipped. Well, I was just shy, and it was my tranquilizer. And then plus, I was scared out there sometimes. I was nervous, but I knew that was my profession. It's the only thing I could do. So.
Did you accept rides with men of all ages?
Yes, I did. Yeah, but.
Go ahead.
But the young guys I decided not to deal with because I've learned throughout time that they were always high, they were always stoned on or something, and they just seemed a little more like aggressive and like a violent attitude or something. I didn't trust them. And they always were stoned or something. And I don't do drugs, so.
Prior to meeting Richard Mallory, had you ever been hurt while you were out working on the road?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, twice I had mace guns, and they got those away from me and beat me up pretty bad and raped me. And then I had this bullfighter mace that a friend of mine gave me.
Objection, Your Honor, to the question not specifying some kind of time frame or time reference.
Late, right?
Okay. Within the last 5 years, starting with the first time, within the last 5 years, we'll go back later. If you would tell the jury about any instances and where you were living when these occurred.
Okay. I was living with Tyra and on Oleander, and it was, you want the year or something?
If you recall the year.
Yes, it was in 86 and 87 and 88.
Okay.
And also there was a couple of guys that raped me without any weapon, and I got hurt on that and everything.
When you were a young girl, just starting out, were you ever physically hurt while you were out on the road? And if you were, again, tell us where you were and how old you were.
Okay, I was hurt a couple of times. There was this guy in Jeffersonville, Indiana. He was a third-degree karate and judo instructor and a 7th grade school teacher, and I met him in a lounge, and he beat me up so bad you couldn't describe my face. And I got away from him. When I finally got help and the police arrived, they told me that he raped a police officer's daughter and disfigured her face so bad you couldn't describe it. And that he'd killed 2 teenagers and they were in the backyard of his house, buried in cement. That was lucky. I got away, and it took me I did a report and everything, but I don't know what happened. If they were just beating him up with flashlights and everything else and told me not to say anything. I was beat up. It took me about 2 months to recover. I still had yellow and purple and everything on my face.
Why didn't you quit working the roads after you'd been hurt?
Because it was my only way I could, I tried to get churches to help me, and they told me I had to be a part of the congregation, and they wouldn't help me. I tried to be a police officer when I was 20 years old. They told me I had to have $3,000 for tuition, and then they'd send me to some academy or something like that. I didn't have my GED. Then I tried to be a correctional officer here in Daytona, and they told me I had to have a car. I didn't have a car, I only had a bicycle. Then I tried the Salvation Army. They told me I can only crash at their place for 1 day out of every 364 years. You can only stay 1 night. And I tried and tried and tried to help myself. I took the aptitude berry test for the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, and I missed by 3 to 5 points every time. And I thought that would help me get off the road by just going into the government military field, and I didn't pass. That took me 2 years because you got to wait 6 months every time to take the aptitude battery test. And so the only thing I could do was be a prostitute and live off of it. I lived here and there and everywhere. But I had apartments at one time, but then I lost them and stuff. And
do you remember catching a ride with Richard Mallory?
Yes.
If you remember, when did you meet him?
It was at the end of November.
Of what year?
1989.
Where were you when you first met Richard Mallory?
I was on I-4 underneath an I-75 overpass.
Okay. And describe the first meeting that you had with him.
Well, I was coming from Fort Myers. I had spent a couple nights there. The second night, I left Fort Myers. I left about 5:30, 6 o'clock. And it took me about 6 rides to get to I-4. I finally arrived at I-4. It was raining. So I walked down the ramp to I-4. It was raining, so I got underneath the bridge, and I was waiting for it to stop raining, and I was pretty much off into where the viaduct, I think you call her, with that slab of cement. I was right under there, away from the vehicles, because when they were passing, it was spraying rain all over me. So I was over there waiting for it to stop raining. Then it slowed down, and I decided I was going to walk toward the light. There was a big light out there. I was going to walk under it so they could tell, what if I was a girl or a guy or, what I was. And as I started to walk, a vehicle pulled over before I even got past the bridge. And then its lights came on and started backing toward me. And I didn't know if it was a bunch of guys in a car or what, but anyway, a vehicle passed, and its headlights went on in the vehicle, and I saw one head. So I felt all right, walked up to the car. I opened the door and I said, did you stop for me? And he said, yeah. Are you going to Orlando? I said, no, I'm going to Daytona. He said, oh, wow, you're a lucky day, man, because I'm going all the way to Daytona. I said, oh, wow, this is great. So I got in the car and we proceeded down the road.
Let me ask you something, Lee. At this time, the time that you met Richard Mallory, had you started carrying a gun?
I carried the gun 6 months before, at least, or 4 months. I can't really recall when, but it was in Rutland when I got the pistol.
Okay. And why were you carrying a gun?
It was strictly protection.
If you will, describe your trip with Mr. Mallory from the time he picked you up until, let's say, Orlando.
Okay. All right, when he picked me up and now we're going down the road. Okay.
Just, if you will, were you having a conversation with him?
Yes, okay.
Can you tell us about that?
All right, so when he picked me up, he asked me, where I was going. I told him Daytona. I was real glad and everything. We started down the road. He asked me if I wanted to drink. He had some kind of, I didn't know what it was. I just saw tonic bottles, and then I thought it said Smirnoff. I'm not sure. And he asked me if I wanted to drink, and then I asked him, I said, well, what is it? He says, vodka. So I said, all right. And I think he had orange juice. And I said, sure, I'll take a drink, So he pulled over and he made me a drink. And then we started back on the road. And then he asked me if I wanted to smoke some marijuana. I said, no, my hands swell, my feet swell, my heart beats a mile a minute. I can't stand it, but if you smoke it, that's your business. And he said, well, then you don't mind. I said, it's your car. I don't care what you do. It's up to you. And he said, okay. So he's smoking marijuana and we're going down the road. And then he asked me what I did. And I told him I'm into pressure cleaning. And I asked him what he did. He said he had a video store that he owned and that he was on his way to Daytona. He was telling me about his video store. He was on his way to Daytona to see some topless bars. And if I knew any girls out there that'd be interested in pornography films, that he'd give $2,000 to $3,000 an hour for these sessions. And I told him I don't know anybody. I'm into pressure cleaning. And I only got one girlfriend that I know, and I know she wouldn't be interested, so sorry, I can't help you there. And so we just talked about anything, politics, religion. We talked about his store a lot. And still on the sex part now and then, but I told him I don't know anybody, constantly on that stuff. Finally arrived to Orlando, and he asked me if I wanted any beer instead of mixed drink, because I had told him that I don't drink mixed drinks that much. And that I haven't had a mixed drink in about 10 years, it seems.
Had you had any other alcohol that day?
Yes, I drank beer in Fort Myers. I just came out of the Office pub on my way back to Daytona. See, I had made around $300, and I only had about $250 or $60 left. And I didn't want to blow it because I had to get back and get that apartment.
Okay. So what did you do once you got to Orlando?
Okay, so when I got to Orlando, he went ahead and he bought a 6-pack for me. I think it was Bush. He asked me if I want to pack cigarettes. I said, no, thank you. I've got some already. And then he just got a little more gas, and we went down the road. We got past Orlando, and we had to stop, go to the bathroom. So we got out and went to the bathroom. Then I got back in. He was talking about his wife or his ex-wife. I don't remember if he was married or not married or nothing, but he was talking about having problems with this lady he was worried about losing his video store, and he was losing his business. He's going to lose his house. He's going to lose his car. He's going to lose everything. And I don't know if he was married or not.
Okay. Did you proposition him?
No.
Why not?
Because I was too exhausted and everything. I had enough money, and I just wanted to get home. All I wanted to do was get home. That's all I cared about. Okay. It was late. It was about 11:30 when he picked me up.
Okay.
At night.
So tell us what happened next.
Okay, so anyway, then we stopped, went to the bathroom. Then he kept asking me, he said, well, how come you understand married people so well? And I said, well, because I always talk to a lot of married people. He said, but I just can't, man, you're just like a psychologist or a counselor. I mean, you're a good listener, and you also give good advice. I said, well, thank you, So then he said, do you mind if we just kind of stop somewhere and talk for a little while? I'd like to, listen to your advice and stuff. You're helping me and stuff. And I said, well, I really want to get home. I'm really tired and everything. And I've been hitchhiking for so long. And he said, well, I mean, let's just go talk for an hour or something. I mean, I'll take you home. And I said, well, it is getting pretty late. If I go home, the dog's I don't have a key on me. If I go home, the dog's going to start barking. The manager lives right next door, and I'm going to have to wake up Ty in the middle of the night. She has to go to work early in the morning. Casa Del Mar, she was still working. So I said, well, I guess I wouldn't mind stopping and talking to you, because I've got to pass a little time anyway. I'm going to have to wait till in the morning. I don't know what I'm going to do. I might even have to, get a motel or something. I don't know what I'm going to do, because it's too late for me to, I don't want Maggie to wake up the manager, because he's already in the mood to kick us out. Okay. So then he said, well, okay, I'll give you a lift home. I said, well, great. Then that's going to save me on taxi money too. So he said, all right. He said, well, where do you live around? I said, well, you got to get off at US 1 and then you go to Granada. You take Granada over to A1A and then you go north. And I live at the Ocean Shores, I think it was called, motel. So then we continued. We decided, okay, I'd stop. So he got off I-4 to 95, went north, got to US 1, got off, and he parked at a gas station.
How long had it taken you to get to that point from when he first picked you up? You know?
It was about 2.5 hours from Daytona.
Yeah, when he first picked you up until you got to this place where he stops to get gas, at a gas station, I guess.
I'd say 2.5 hours.
Okay. All right, so what happened after you stopped that time?
Okay, so then he said, well, where can we park? And I said, well, anywhere, this is fine. You can park right there if you want to. And he said, no, I'm smoking pot and I don't want to get busted. And plus we got all this booze and stuff, and a patrol car comes by. And I said, well, if you go north up here, there's a whole lot of places there's up here. And there's even Quail Run. They've got like a subdivision up there, and it's out near Vanilla. It's really quiet up there if you want to go there. So he said, okay, let's go and check that place out. So we went over there and we're sitting there talking, and we talked for at least, I'd say, an hour and a half, 2 hours, just talking about everything. He still asked me about the chronos and all that stuff, and I said, no.
Were you drinking?
Yes. I was drinking beer. He was drinking his mixed drinks, and he was still smoking his pot. I couldn't believe he was smoking so much pot. I even asked him what kind it was eventually, and he said Sensimilli, and I've heard Sensimilli some heavy pot, so I couldn't believe it, but he was handling it, and he was doing all right. And so then we were talking away and everything, and okay, so he asked me, how come if you know married people, you're so good at counseling and everything, if you know married people so well, you told me you're single and you have a roommate, how can you know so many married people? So then I finally told him, I said, I guess I'm going to have to explain to you, Richard, because you're being so honest with me, and I'm going to be honest with you. I said, I'm a hooker. I hustle for a living. And he said, hustle, you mean a sex? And I said, yeah, this is a sex. Okay. So then he said, well, God, I thought we were going to get it on. I mean, eventually get it on together, but you don't do it free. You probably, you do it for money, right? I said, that's right. I do it for money. He said, so you don't do it for free, right? I said, no, I don't. This is my job. This is what I do for a living.
Okay, so what would you do next after you had that conversation with him?
Then he asked me how much I charged, and I said 30 per head, 35 straight, 40 per half and a half, 100 an hour. And he said, and I said, well, 100 an hour, I don't usually, make the person, well, after an hour's up, I don't say, well, you got to give me another $100. If the guy's all right, I'm just staying with him, we become friends. I just, thanks a lot, because I only want enough for rent and whatever. I don't care about, I'm not greedy. I don't care about making anymore. 100's fine. It's good enough for rent. That's cool. They're now my friends. They're now another client. And so that's what I told him. And he said, so you mean tell me if I gave you $100, we could spend a couple hours together? And I said, I guess so. I've been with you all this time. And plus I've got to wait for dawn to come because I can't get home. And he said, all right, well, that sounds okay with me. He said, where's another place to go? Because we can't go here. I mean, it's wide open and everything. I said, well, if we go back near the gas stations, there's a campground there, and there's some little places that kind of pull off in the road if you want to go there. He said, okay. So we started cruising down there. And he fixed another drink, and he's smoking another pot. I mean, and he had this thing this pipe that went into the marijuana and it just twisted and then I don't know what it's called, but that's what he was doing. I couldn't believe how much he smoked. And I grabbed another beer and I told him, I said, oh my God, I forgot to tell you, I use rubbers, it's mandatory. And he said, I said, we might have to stop at the gas station and get some rubbers because I don't have any. He said, no, I got some. I said, oh, okay, that's good. So we started down the road and finally we got to the area. We couldn't see into the trail. So he asked me to get a flashlight out of the glove box. And so I got a flashlight out of the glove box and I'm looking around. We finally saw the trail. We went in. You couldn't go too far in at all. We were real close to the road and cars were going by and you could see. So he took a smaller, tinier flashlight out of the glove box and put it on the dash. So they wouldn't see the dome light because we were pretty close to the road. And then he said, well, I got an idea. How about if we both do this now, we both get undressed so I know that you won't skip out on my money. And I said, well, Richard, I've never rolled a client in my life. I've never skipped out on anybody, but I can understand, I think, what you're saying because I told you I use rubbers and I ain't gonna do it without any rubbers with anybody. I don't care, no exception to the rule. And I'm precautious, so I guess you're being precautious too. So, okay, that sounds fine with me.
Is that unusual for you to take off all of your clothes first?
No, because I used to do it all the time to let my clients know that I wasn't going to leave on them or anything, So I was being honest with them. Hey, I'm all right. I'm a good, I'm cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened after that? Did you take your clothes off? After you had that conversation with him?
Well, he told me he had to go back and get some rubbers out of the trunk. He said, don't worry, I'm going to go get some rubbers out of the trunk. I'm going to go get a sleeping bag and a yellow blanket. Eventually it was yellow, a blanket. And he was going to put it in the front seat so he wouldn't get anything on the car seat. And so then he came back. Oh, well, wait a minute. I was undressing then. And I took my bag, I put it over near the hump here, and I started to take off my jeans and stuff. And by the time I was starting to take off my jeans and everything, he came back. I was half undressed, and I was putting my stuff in the back seat. And then I said to him, I helped to rearrange the sleeping bag and everything on the seat. And I went and took a leak and everything. And then I said to him, well, this ain't fair. I said, we agreed upon both of us get nude. I'm the only one nude. And he turned down the dome light and he said, not bad. And I said, well, I don't know, because I've got a lot of stretch marks in the beer belly and everything. And I think otherwise sometimes. And then he had this kind of smirk on his face and he said, you'll do, and turns off the dome light.
Was he mad?
Huh?
Was he mad at you for asking him to take his clothes off?
Yeah, I didn't ask him to take his, I haven't asked him yet. I'm starting to now, but
okay.
I haven't even asked him yet.
Okay.
And that's the next thing I asked him. I said, well, Richard, why don't you take off your clothes and let's get started because it's cold in here, because it was really cold outside. And he rolled down his window and he said, yeah, it is cold. I love cold weather. And then all this wind, because it was windy out, all this wind's blowing in. So I said, hey, Richard, why don't you close the window, man? It's cold, man. And so he's ignoring me and he said, he started to act like he was unbuckling his pants and unzipping his pants. And he said, what if I told you I don't have enough money? And like I'm telling you, I don't really care. I was just doing this I was really just doing this to pass time, but I wasn't going to do it for free. I definitely have to make something out of it because I've got somebody at home I can get my sex from if I need it. And you know what I'm saying. Okay. So anyways, I said, how much have you got? And he said, I've only got a little for breakfast and some for gas. And I said, Richard, I said, no way. I said, I'm not here for my health. I said, we made an agreement. I'm sorry, but I guess we're going to have to just call this off, because he's acting like he don't have any money. So I turned around and I had my clothes on top of some boxes or something that were in the back, something there. I can't remember exactly, but they were on something. And I started to grab them. And as I started to grab my clothes, I saw him coming toward me. And I was going to turn to look at him. And before I even got a chance to turn and look at him, he whipped a cord around my neck and pulled me toward him.
Okay. Had you told him at that point, I'm not going to have sex with you? Had you said no?
Yes, I told him no way. I said, I'm not here for my health, no way. You know, we're going to have to call this off then.
Okay. Tell us what happened after you felt the cord around your neck.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm really nervous and I'm really getting pretty shy and embarrassed, and this is hard for me, so just bear with me. He put the cord around my neck and he said, yes, you are, bitch. He said, you're going to do everything I tell you to do. And if you don't, I'll kill you right now and I'll fuck you after. Just like the other sluts I've done. And then he said, it doesn't matter to me. Your body will still be warm for my huge cock. And he said, he was choking me and I was holding it like this. And he said, do you want to die, slut? And I just nodded no. And then he said, are you gonna listen to everything I've got to say? Have you do? And I just nodded yes. And he told me to lay down on the car seat. So when he told me to lay down, he told me to give me my hands. And so I gave him I had to lift up my hands like this, and he tied my hands and he tied me to the steering wheel.
Okay, where is he in relation to you at this point?
He's sitting in the driver's seat.
Is he behind you?
I'm laid down like this with my feet near the window.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened?
Then he got out of the car and told me to slide up and get comfortable because he's going to see how much meat he can pound in my ass. So he walked around from the driver's seat to the passenger side.
What?
Opened the door and he started to undress. And he's thrown his clothes on the floor.
Girl,
What?
do you believe her?
Oh my.
I don't know if I believe her. Mm-mm-mm.
I don't know if I believe nothing she's got to say.
I don't think I believe her. I think she's full of shit. What do y'all think? Y'all think she's full of shit? Burley's got a point here. Burley says, you know, it makes you wonder, what if she's telling the truth about this guy? Could he have hurt others? I know it's probably not the case, but what if? And in that first article that we read about him, it said that he was known for kind of being a dirtbag. I mean, I'm not justifying her taking the man's life, but I can't help but wonder too. You know, she seems pretty, but again, this would be the defense. Y'all can't even see us. Let me fix it real quick. This would be the defense because it would, or the, because she's the defense's only witness. So cross-examination would come from prosecution. So, hi, Klein, thank you so much for coming in. I almost wonder if she ain't telling the truth right here. Because she seems pretty sincere.
She does.
Burley says, oh, I see, I missed the first part. I need cigs and hot chocolate. I hear you. I could go for some hot chocolate right now, Burley. Thank you so much for coming in, Klein. We're covering Aileen Wuornos. She's America's first deemed serial killer. His name was Robert. Hang on, I don't want to give you the wrong last name.
Hi, Klein.
This one. David Spears. I thought his name was Robert. Wasn't it Robert?
I can't remember.
It says David Spears, Charles Troy, Charles Dick Humphreys, Peter Sims, Walter Antonio.
Well, she says his name because she says, I told him we're not going to do this.
Mm-hmm. Tracy, a.k.a. Let me try that again. I'm sorry. Tracy, a.k.a. Lady Outlaw, Texas. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Klein, thank you so much. You know all about her? She's about batshit crazy, I'm going to tell you right now. It's been a pretty interesting live. We went over a lot of really cool things. Thank you so much, Tracy, for being here. You believe her? That's why we paused it. Because she seems really sincere. Like, I mean, you know, a sociopath and a psychopath, they're very intelligent. And what would she get from lying about this? You know what I mean? No, she didn't play, did she? Mm-mm. She didn't play. But it almost makes me wonder, you know what I mean? If she's being 100% sincere about what she's saying. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you're new to the channel, it's not running across the bottom of the screen. This is America's first serial killer, so trigger warning off the rap.
Could his name have been Richard? Because Klein just said that Richard Mallory was a...
was it Richard?
Scroll back, go back just a little bit. Can you go back? Because she goes, I told him Richard, or whatever his name was, we weren't going to do this.
Oh, you got me over here pushing buttons. How far back was it?
I don't know.
Mm.
I do not have a timestamp, madam.
Damn. See, one of those articles, I swear there was a name, an R name in it. Don't you remember me reading an R name?
Yeah, there was a Richard Mallory, but I don't know if this was Richard Mallory or not.
Klein, was his name Richard Mallory? It's Richard. Okay. It was Richard. I remember now. Yeah, it was Mallory.
Right, but did she say Richard here?
It was an R name. Yeah, Richard.
But did she say Richard on the stand here?
I'm pretty sure she did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody's saying it was Richard.
All right, because she said, she said he said he had heard others. So, and Klein said that he was a very bad man.
He was a sex offender.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Klein. Ooh, a 32-ounce hot cup of hot chocolate. As long as it wasn't 44 ounces, you should be all right. He was a bad man. What Klein said. All right. We ain't got much longer on this.
She may say his name again.
Yeah, we'll let this run through. Because I can't, this is Court TV's historical archive cases, so it doesn't have transcript on it. And I can't pull up YouTube script until the live's over.
And this is very embarrassing for me. So he got in, and then he lifted my legs all the way up where my feet are near the window.
Okay, what happened next?
Then he began to start having anal sex. Okay. And he's doing this very violent movement. And then I don't know if he came or what, climaxed. I talk street talk, so I don't know if he did that. And he violently took himself out and violently put himself in my vagina.
Were you saying anything to him at that point?
No, I was crying my brains out.
Was he saying anything to you?
Yes, he was saying that he loved to hear the pain when I moaned, and he loved to hear my crying, and it turned him on.
Okay, then what happened?
Then he pretty much bruised like my cervix and all and everything else. He got off. He had bruised my ribs and everything else. And he got off. And he got up, took his clothes, walked over to the driver's side. And then he put his clothes on the hood of the car. He had the door open. Now, went and got the ignition out of the car, went into the trunk and got something out of the trunk. And he brought it back, and it was a red cooler and a blue tote bag. So, anyway, in this red cooler was 2-liter bottles. I think they were Pepsi. I don't know, but they were 2 big bottles full of water, I think. The tote bag had a maroon large towel, something like a white or yellow towel. I was turning my head to see what he was doing when I was tied to the steering wheel, and it was straining my neck, so sometimes I had to put my head back down because I couldn't turn it all the way to see what he was doing. And at one time I asked him, I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm full of surprises, honey, for you tonight." And I turned my head, kept watching, and the dome light was on, so this is how I saw what was coming out of the bag. And then there was a bar of soap, toothbrush, rubbing alcohol, and a bottle of Visine. So then he took the bottle of rubbing alcohol and the bottle of Visine, he put it in front of my face, and he said, "This is what this is." And I'm like, "What?" And he takes the Visine bottle and he puts it on the front of the dash, and he takes the rubbing alcohol and puts it with his other stuff. And this guy begins to take a bath because he had blood all over his penis. And with some other jazz, which I don't think I should say.
Okay. By taking a bath, do you mean he was cleaning himself?
He began to take a bath using this water in the bottle. He put rubbing alcohol, I guess. I don't know if it was rubbing alcohol or what, but later he just poured it all over himself, and he was saying that the last sluts he had, he thought were full of diseases, and he always had to clean himself.
Okay, well, what happened next?
Okay. So he's cleaning himself, blowing me away. And I said to myself, I think this guy is going to kill me. He's going to get rid of me. Or I don't know what he's going to do, dissect me or something. I don't know what he's got in this bag. Like, he's strange. He is totally weird. So he gets everything, he gets done cleaning. He puts his clothes back on. He gets the cooler, brings it back to the trunk, puts everything in the tote bag, leaves it there. He goes around the passenger side. He grabs a bottle of Visine from the dashboard. He goes around the passenger side. And he says, "This is one of my surprises." Oh, Lord, my ears are ringing. And I'm dizzy a little.
Put your head down for a second. We can wait.
Okay. All right, so takes the Visine and he lifts up my legs and he puts what turns out to be rubbing alcohol in the Visine bottle, and he sticks some up my rectum area. And that really hurt really bad because he tore me up for a while. And he put some in my vagina, which really hurt bad. And then he walked around back to driver's seat side and he pulled my nose open like this. Pulled them open and he squirt rubbing alcohol down my nose. And he said, "I'm saving your eyes for the grand finale." And he put the Visine back on the dash. And I was really pissed. I didn't care. I was yelling at him and everything else. He was laughing away, saying, "That's what I want to hear. I heard it when you start crying and all that pain." So then he put it there, and there was a few more items on the car. He put it back in the tote bag. Then he put the tote bag back in the trunk. Closed the trunk. Came back, he had this gray radio, a square gray radio, with 2 speakers on it. Went into the back of the seat, got the gray radio. Then went around the passenger side, made a drink, because he couldn't get through with me tied to the steering wheel. And then he walked back to the driver's side and went underneath the seat and got his marijuana, got his cigarettes off the dash. And I guess he walked over to the front of the car because I couldn't see where he was. And I felt the car move, and he's sitting there and he cranks up the radio. The window is still open in the car. I'm freezing to death. And so he's just sitting out there listening to the radio, and I'm thinking this guy is thinking how he's going to kill me. So I'm trying desperately to get off untied from the steering wheel. I tried 101 times, and finally he even said, "I can feel you moving in there. Don't worry, you ain't going to get untied unless I untie you." I didn't care. I kept trying and kept moving my body up like this and pulling and pulling. So finally he came back after about an hour. It must have been an hour or so. It seemed like the longest time. And he said, "Finally the cold weather got to me. Do you believe it? I'm getting in." So I'm thinking, how is he going to get in? I'm here, tied to the steering wheel. How can he get in? And he said, "I'm going to untie you from the steering wheel. You better be a good girl. I'll kill you." He said, so he untied me from the steering wheel. He untied me and put the rope around my neck and held it like a leash around my neck. He told me to move over so he could move in. So he moved over. I moved over. And he moved in. And then closed the door. And he's still saying all kinds of jazz about what he wants to do. So then he told me to turn toward him, lay down, and spread my legs. He has all of his clothes on. I guess he's just gonna unsip himself. I don't know.
Were you saying anything to him, Lee?
I didn't say nothing. I was scared.
Okay, so then what happened?
I may have said something sardonic to him, like, why you still got your clothes on? Why don't you take your clothes off like you did before? Something. I don't know. I don't recall. I may have. I don't know. Maybe. It's too long ago. It took me long. It was hard enough for me to remember these blackouts because this is a blackout situation that I had to remember. So I don't recall every incident, every word and all that. That's hard for me to remember. I'm trying to heart my best to even remember everything he did say.
Okay, just tell us what you do remember.
Okay, so yeah, he had me turn and he wanted to start having sex with me. And he had the rope, not the rope, it was I later learned it was jacked to a stereo, but it was cut. Where there's only one jack. That's how I found out it was jacked to a stereo or something, or TV or something. It was round, gray. So he was holding me like this, like reins. That's when I said, I'm gonna grab this. He grabbed it, it came right out of his hand, I flung it in the back seat.
Did you say to him, I'm gonna grab this, or
No, my mind.
Okay.
I said, grab it now, do something, you gotta fight. I thought to myself, I gotta fight, I'm gonna die. This guy is gonna play with me, and then he's gonna kill me. He's already said he's gonna kill me. He's already said he killed other girls. I gotta fight. I just gotta fight for my life. Plus, now, I was close to the area where my bag was, where my gun was.
Okay, where was your bag?
My bag was near the hump because I had first had it in the right side, but I had to move it because it was in the way for me to get my jeans off. And so I kind of moved it almost on the hump. Actually, it was almost on the hump.
Okay.
I pushed it all the way over so I could get room to move and change.
Okay, so what happened next?
So then, I grabbed it, flung it. Yeah, he takes his left arm, he choking, and I grabbed he just grabbed me like this, and I grabbed my hand up like this and kept it away. He slapped me really hard in the face, and he started choking me, but I grabbed his right arm, yes, and I kept it up, and I would get upward with my feet, and I pushed him back, and he kind of quit struggling and just got up on his knees and said, "You're going to be a lot of fun." While he was saying that, I jumped up real fast and I spit in his face, and he said, "You're a dead bitch, you're dead," and he's wiping his eyes. And I laid down real quick and I grabbed my bag, and he was starting to come for me when I grabbed my bag and whipped my pistol out toward him. And he was coming toward me with his right arm, I believe, and I shot immediately, and I think I shot twice as fast as I could.
And then what'd you do?
And he started coming at me again, and I shot. He stopped. I hurried, kind of pushed him away from me, and he kind of sat up on the driver's seat. I hurried, opened the passenger door, ran around the driver's side, opened the door real fast, looked at him, and he started to come out, and I said, "Don't come out. Don't come near me. I'll have to shoot you again," or something like that. "Don't make me have to shoot you again," or something like that. He just started coming at me, and I shot, and I don't know where I shot him. I just shot him, and he fell on the ground. And then I pulled him away from the car. You want to hear the rest? What happened?
What happened after you shot him the last time?
I stood there and looked at him and thought what I'm going to do with the car, and I said, I got to drag him away from the car because he's near the car. I'm going to run him over if I don't move him. So I dragged him away, got back in the car totally nude. I went to reach for the keys and the ignition started up, it wasn't there. So I ran back to him. I looked in his pockets for his keys, got his keys, went back to the car, started it up, backed up. Headlights, I turned them on. I turned him on, looking at his body. I went back to him, checked his pulse, he was dead. I saw a carpet in front of him because of the headlights. I said, I don't want the birds to be picking at his body. So I grabbed the carpet and I put it over him. Jumped in the car, backed out, took off nude, went back to Quail Run.
Lee, did you take anything else off of him when you went into his pockets other than the car keys?
No.
So you went back to Quail Run?
Yes.
Why did you go back over to Quail Run?
Because I was totally nude and I had to get dressed. And I also had to get my senses together. I was totally crying, shaking, totally scared out of my mind. And I had to change. I had to get on my clothes and everything. And then when I got there, I realized that I had a little bit of blood on me and stuff. So I went into the trunk and got out the stuff he took out. And I started cleaning myself like he did. And then I put my clothes back on. And then I took all the stuff that was in the car, threw it on the floorboard, and I took all my stuff and put it on the seat and just sat there wondering what to do, drinking a beer and thinking, what am I going to do? Just didn't know what I was going to do. And I said, I'm going to have to lay low. I don't know what I'm going to do, man. I can't get out. I'm going to have to drop this car off, whatever. When I saw the radar detector, I said, I'll keep it to pawn it off for food or whatever, because I'm not going to be able to get out on the road now. I'm scared. They're going to find his body. I've got to go and hurry up and dump this car off.
What time is it by this time?
This is, I remember when I was throwing stuff out. I was throwing a bunch of stuff out in the woods. Just kept on throwing. Right now in Quail Run, I drove to another area. I stopped again and I threw a bunch of stuff out in the woods. And I noticed his watch and I checked it. It was 6:30 in the morning.
When do you last remember in terms of time that he was alive?
I don't know how long. See, I didn't know what time it was. All I know is he was out there sitting in the car on the hood for about an hour, and I never got to know what time it was.
Okay. All right, so what did you do after that, after you noticed what time it was?
I said, I've got to hurry up and get back to Ty. I'm tired, I'm beat up, I'm hurting all over. My crotch hurts, my vagina hurts, my nose hurts. I'm freaking out. I've got to go take a shower. I mean, these are the things that are going through my mind, you know, as I'm sitting there. I got to hurry up and get rid of this car, go back home, take a shower, hurry up and get this car. I was going to take it to the car wash it, and go drop it off somewhere to get rid of all my prints. I'm so scared now because I just had to kill this guy.
Okay.
And I don't know what to do.
What did you do?
Well, I went back home. When I got home, my plan was to go to the car wash the car off and everything else, and get rid of it. But when I got there, Maggie, my dog Maggie, and my cat Tyler, Maggie tore the chair all to shreds. She chews carpets too, and she chewed the carpet all to shreds, tore the curtains and the blinds all up. So when I knocked on the door and Ty opened the door for me and I saw this, I said, what is this? And she said, I don't know, Maggie and Tyler just got crazy. I was at work. I said, oh my God. And I just realized, you know, that I've got this guy's car. The man, we're supposed to move that day. It totally a coincidence that we were moving that day. We had 3 people that were going to move us around 5 o'clock after Ty got out. And I said, man, if the manager sees this, he's going to call the cops. He's going to have cops here. I've got the car here, everything. I've got to get rid of the car and everything. So I said, all the boxes, everything was ready to move. And I said, let's move now. I've got a guy loaned me a car. Like that, I said to her. And I said, he's waiting at a motel. He's going to let us keep it for just a couple hours to move. I just said it like that. And I told her to call Jane and tell her we're coming over. Just to hurry up and get out of that room because it was totally destroyed. And then she said, what are those hickeys on your neck? And I said, what are you talking about? And so I walked into the bathroom and I looked and I said, oh, no, I must have slapped a mosquito real hard or something. I was trying to ignore it and she kept asking me. She said, I told you, don't you ever go out there with those hickeys out. I mean, get a hickey out there when you're out in the road. And I told her, they're not hickeys, don't worry. They just slapped a mosquito too hard or something. I don't know what it is. And then that was the end of that. And then we hurried up and got the stuff in and we just left.
What did you finally do with Richard Mallory's car?
Okay, we got to the new apartment. I hurried up. We put our stuff in. Ty had to hurry up and go to work. I had to go right back to the motel. She had to pick up the moped. I think it was 12 speed. My 12 speed was there too. The moped and 12 speed were together. I decided to put the 12 speed in the back of the trunk, and she took the moped, went to work. I went to the car wash, hurried up and washed the car, cleaned it out. Then I went down John Anderson, went up to a place to park it, and I took the bicycle out, and I was going to ride home. And I was cleaning the car out and make sure about prints. I forgot the glove box, and that's where because I found his wallet underneath the seat, and I went through it to find out if he really was Richard or what his name was and that. And a bunch of credit cards and everything else. And I just threw it in the glove box, and as I was wiping down, I remember the glove, I opened it up and I said, oh God, I forgot to throw this out. So I went in the back of the car, I dug a hole and put it there, and then I found this darn vodka bottle was underneath the seat, and a couple more glasses were underneath the seat that I didn't notice. So I took them out, put them in, so I started checking underneath the seat really good to get everything. And I was finding like pens, and I was finding little business cards and stuff, and I was just throwing them. I didn't really know what I was doing. When I got done burying the wallet and the glass and the vodka bottle and that and the glasses stuff, the stuff else what I was finding in the car, I was just throwing. I didn't, just throwing the stuff out. Which, see, I didn't know what I was doing here. I was doing this to bury for prints to make sure my prints were on there. Then I was just throwing stuff out, so I didn't have.
Did you take anything out of Richard Mallory's wallet when you were going through it?
Well, he only had about $38 or 42 or 48, something like that. It wasn't very much money.
Did you take?
Yes.
Did you take any credit cards?
No.
What did you do after you finished throwing things into the woods?
And I got on my bicycle, I started riding, and just threw the keys into somebody's yard or something. It was like a bush or something. I just threw them. And went back home. That's it. I just went home.
Lee, did you make it clear to men that picked you up that you would not have sex with them without money?
Well, I had two guys had sex with me without money once, and I didn't do anything to them, and I had my gun with me. And they just never used a weapon on me. They never hurt me. They weren't really physical or anything on me. They just didn't want me to go unless they had sex. But basically, I told them, I don't do it without money.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Lee, have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
One time.
Had you ever had anal sex prior to this time with Richard Mallory?
Never in my life. I always told my clients I don't do anything kinky, anything dirty or nasty, always decent, clean.
When Mallory started getting violent with you, did you try to calm him down? Did you try to talk him
Objection, Your
down?
Honor, leading.
Rephrase your question.
Did you say anything to Mr. Mallory when he was trying to get violent with you?
I didn't, I couldn't. He was choking me so hard that the blood was running to my head and spots were before my eyes. I couldn't talk. All I could do was help. I was trying to get the cord not to beat.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
She seems sincere. Very sincere.
I mean, can y'all still hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
I moved this thing over some so it went right in my face. She's, I mean, and this, like we were talking about in chat, this was the first one. So it makes you wonder, you know, she had some underlying demons, like some traumatic demons in there from her childhood. I wonder if this is what woke those demons up, if you will. This first kill put her to where how do I say this? Gratification. She got the gratification that she had been looking for so long. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you, Kimber?
Yes, because maybe the first one was in self-defense, but it gave her some kind of sick gratification, and all this pain and anger she carried around because her life was how it was, which that's no reason to do what she did, but
Mm-hmm.
she
Yeah, we want to hear what everybody has to say.
did it.
Yeah, that just, I don't know, man. Like I said, I was torn from the beginning with her. Like seriously torn, you know. It's like you wanna see that little girl that went through hell. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not trying to dilute by any means her taking lives. Like, you guys know that. By any means, I'm not trying to dilute that. And that's why we spoke about the victims before we even looked at her testimony here. But it just makes you wonder. I agreed something. Thank you, Mr. Bear says. I agreed something was inside and then was triggered. And it's like, you know, like she said in that interview that we watched earlier, granted, she wasn't killing every day, and she didn't kill every man she came in contact with, because there'd have been bodies all over Volusia County. That's why I love doing what we do here, is because, you know, we can all safely communicate with each other, and everybody can put their opinions in, and that's what matters to me. Is I don't want to just be, what do they call it, an echo chamber? You know, I want to know what you guys think. Are y'all in the same? Are we flowing down the same river together? You know, by no means I'm not diluting what she had done. Phil says reclamation. So you're gonna have to break that down in English, love. Brian said having a 14-year-old mom has to have consequences. And a pedophile dad and a grandfather that raped her, and her grandmother was a piece of shit too. Right, and it's because the Richard dude had a video store, I suspect, an adult video store. If you know anything about adult video stores, it's all sex married men lined out the door. There's another good point. Not defending what she did, it's empathy for the little girl. Right, exactly, brutally. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not defending her taking the lives of the men that she did. She had no right to take those men's lives.
Right.
But you can't, with her on the stand like that and watching this, you know, I haven't seen any video footage of her since I was a little kid. Like, this is raw, you know, mom sitting here going through the motions with you guys. You know, I just, I don't know. Miss Barbara said my childhood sucked too, but I didn't go around taking people's lives. It makes me sick. I'm sure it was the last straw. Yeah, and that's what I wonder, Barbara, is if, like I said, she had those underlying demons. Thank you so much. And again, thank you, Tracy, for being here. It means the world to me. Okay, Doodle says, okay, maybe with all the trauma, she just finally snapped. And, you know, that used to be one of my favorite shows on, what was it, HBO? That it used to come on, Snapped?
I can't remember what channel it was on.
I think it was HBO, and it was called Snapped, and it was women that just absolutely, your comments aren't posting. I can see your comments. It takes a minute for me to get down to them. Something's going on with fucking YouTube tonight. It's really pissing me off. I just had to change my whole ass computer. Actually, the first female serial killer in the United States, distinction likely belongs to Jane Toppan, who confessed to 31 murders in 1901. What we read earlier, because I was thinking too that there's been other mass murder serial killers, because when I went to Montana, I stayed at the Marlboro Ranch. I won a trip to the private Marlboro Ranch, and they told us about the Crazy Horse Mountains and how they got that name. And she had massacred, that woman had massacred her whole family and other people around town. And in my book, she'd be a serial killer, which now the way that the laws are written here in Florida is that, Avery, I see your comments. I don't know if there's something else that you commented. Maybe it's the word you used. I don't know what word you used, love. Phil says, in my humble opinion, if you're getting services from a worker on the side of the highway at a rest stop, I think you put yourself in a situation with a potential turn of violent or lethal. And that's a valid point, Phil. Absolutely valid point. Sorry, Phil, I said laugh out loud. I was just waiting to hear your song, of course. Wanted to hear what you have to say. I like your songs too. We love Phil. Doodlebug, can you drop your link? There's Doodlebug's link. Guys, make sure you're subbed up to Doodlebug. She's an amazing human being. I feel she didn't have the right to take Richard's life, and not any after that, though. I agree. I agree she didn't have the right to take anybody's life. Thank you for subbing to Doodle. It does happen. Yeah, YouTube's pissing me off tonight. I had to switch computers. I was on this computer first, and then all of a sudden my screen froze. I couldn't hear nobody. I didn't know if y'all could hear me. Apparently y'all could hear me. I couldn't hear nobody. So then I had to whip out the MacBook that I've never streamed live on, ever have streamed live on this computer. And my new fancy schmancy mic here, that hopefully it's working good and you guys can hear me clear. Snap was on oxygen. Thank you, Tracy. She snapped is rare, very rare. Doodle says the trauma adds up and they just can't take it anymore. Can I come up? Yeah, I'll drop the link, Avery. I'm always behind in comments, so if you're new to the channel, don't take it personally. Oh shit, can I drop the link? I don't remember what commands to use. Hopefully I won't send myself to the moon here. Oh, look at that shit. I've never used this computer to go live. Right, some people are stronger than others, absolutely. In my opinion, she needed to get serious help early on and didn't blame the men in her life. That's very possible. If you're picking up truck stop service professionals, road service, if you will, assume the risk. Exactly. Where I'm from, we call them lot lizards, which is probably not politically correct, but it's for knowledge purposes. I agree with you. I don't have to have sympathy for her. She just can't kill people. Exactly. Exactly. Molly's still here, lurking in the bushes. There's the StreamYard. Nothing about. Oh, look here. While my phone's Wi-Fi shut off and I couldn't use YouTube, I'm watching you guys on my computer. See, everybody's having trouble tonight.
Hey.
Hey.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I wanted to tell you the first lady that I mentioned, and I don't know if I'm saying her name right, but I think it's Lavinia. But I think that's how you say it, but Lavinia Fisher. That one you might want to look into. It's really interesting because they were claiming that she was, the first SKer in the United States. And she was hanged in, I believe, 1890 for allegedly taking the lives of almost 100 men. But then over time, it just became like really controversial. And then there's historians and theorists who now say that there wasn't even one single death that was linked to her. Her husband was hanged also.
Oh, shit. I like the interesting and the creepy and all the things.
Yeah, I believe she was 27 years old or 28 years old when she was hanged, and she was found guilty of unaliving nearly 100 men. And now it's just weird because, now a lot of people say that no, she was innocent. She didn't do any of it. And so it's always made me wonder who did it? Who is the person that was responsible for it?
It's crazy. Let's see what popped up over here.
Have you guys watched the movie on Aileen? What is it called? Monster or
Yeah, there's a couple of them. One of them was Monster. Hell, we found out there was an opera done about her.
Oh, I didn't know that. There was one that it was. What is that actress's name? Charlize. She played her. She's actually a really beautiful woman, but with the makeup, they made her look pretty close to Aileen. What is her name? Charlize Theron, something like that. I Anyhow, and then the girl from Beetlejuice is in there too. That's her girlfriend who she ends up falling in love with in
Oh,
that movie.
wow.
Have you seen that one? I think it's called I think it's called Monster.
Yeah, one of them was Monster. There's been a couple of movies made about her. Charlene Theron, Monster. Yeah.
But thank you. I'm trying. That name is like really hard for me to say. Charlize Theron. But I remember in that movie, they gave like a little backstory on her life, growing up and stuff, and she had it really rough. I mean, it's no excuse for what she did, but there was that one particular incident where the man had assaulted her so badly, like he actually took a wooden stick, almost. Well, it was bigger around than your average stick, and assaulted her with that. And I believe it destroyed all of her reproductive organs.
Oh, wow.
Hmm.
Yeah, I dropped that case in Discord. That's a good one to look at. Yeah. That way
Yeah,
I
it's
won't
really
lose it.
interesting. It's
Tracy
really,
tried
really
to-
interesting. I mean, back in those days, it was, they didn't have courts and stuff exactly like we do now, but and then I'm not really sure why her husband was hanged also. I know, the reason that she was, because they thought she was the person who killed all these men. Not really sure why the husband was.
At different times, they could have hung him just because he was supposed to be responsible for her.
Hmm. Yeah, it's just, I wrote a paper in college about female SKers, and that was when I had learned about that one. And that was when I first started getting into, like, really getting into true crime. And I just always found that so interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah, we'll put that on the list. We'll definitely take a look at that.
Yeah, I don't know how much information you'll find on her because, of the date, but
Looks like there's a little bit on here. The prison or jail that she stayed in is apparently a famous haunted place.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have a couple articles.
I wouldn't be surprised if she isn't haunting it because, if she really was innocent like they think now, I don't know. You never know.
That's crazy.
But I've never seen the testimony or the trial of Aileen. I didn't know it was on court TV. So when I
It's in
first came
historic
in,
trials. It's in historic trials.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when I came in, I was like, the lady looks so familiar. Who is that on the stand? And she's just so nonchalantly telling what she did, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What were her final words before she was put to death? Didn't she flip everybody off or something she did that was...
I've read so much on her tonight. Kimber,
She
you
did
remember what her
something.
final words was? It was something fucked up about coming back. She would be back.
It was something that like appalled everybody, and I can't remember what it was.
She was pissed when they found her guilty. She said some pretty horrible stuff to that judge.
I'm going to have to look it up to see what it was that she did before they put her to death. But it was something, I remember it made the news, whatever it was that she did or she said. I just can't remember what it is.
I've had so much shit pulled up on her tonight.
Have you been live long?
Yeah, I've been live for 4 hours.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I didn't get a notification this time. I just happened to see you in my news feed.
Yeah, freaking YouTube is assholes that hardly ever send out my notifications.
Yeah, it's acting weird. I had
They've
typed
narrowed it
about
down to you only get 3 a day. So if you post something on your community wall, you just took one of your notifications right there, and that's not right. I don't agree with it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had posted a comment twice, but I had put the word, KILLER in my comments, so I thought maybe that's why it wasn't posting.
YouTube might have grabbed it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not monetized, so usually it doesn't pull with my comments. Like I said, it was
Really?
actually
I didn't know you're not monetized.
No, I'm not monetized.
I never even noticed that. Why are you not monetized?
I was monetized and I lost my monetization like 3 years ago.
Oh wow.
And when I did the video fighting my losing my monetization, I probably shouldn't have did the video on the lady that used to be the CEO for YouTube and they fired her when she claimed sexual harassment.
Oh. Ooh. So you can't
fought for it back.
You can't like apply for it again?
My content's too graphic.
Wow.
And I'm not going to change what I do.
Right.
Just for YouTube to say, okay, now you're compliant. You deleted all your Jeffrey Dahmer and Taylor Schabusiness and all the things I worked for years to put together and build, watch hours. I'm not going to go through and delete all that shit. They can kiss my ass and keep their damn 30%.
Wow. But there's other channels that I just don't understand how they still have their monetization. Some of the things that they cover and do and say, I'm just, I'm like, YouTube is, I don't know. I think their system isn't very good.
Mm-hmm. I fucking feel it didn't get any more family friendly when I came along. Yeah, Brian, I have way over 4,000 hours. I have way over that many hours. I haven't looked at it in a long time.
Yeah, I was just telling MetaMom just a little while ago. Once I get my spare bedroom cleaned out, I think I'm going to make it a studio and start doing videos again. I had quit for years, but I think I'm gonna do them again.
You should.
Yeah, I think I am. My job it kills my back and my back hurts all the time, and so I've really been thinking about doing it. Plus I miss doing it too.
Here, Brian, I'll show you my studio. I have nothing to hide from nobody. I'll show you my studio. This is how many views my channel's had. At 403,021 views. And my watch hours are over 16,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I have videos that have over 26,000 views on them. So it's like they can suck it because I'm not deleting my content, because a lot of my content is subscriber, thing where people come and chat or email me and say, hey, will you cover this? Will you do, and I'm not changing the way I do things.
Now, Kimber, do you have a channel also?
Kimber, are you still with us? Kimber may have passed out.
Yeah, I think I hear snoring.
Kimber has fallen asleep. She's fallen. She gonna kill me. Kimber has fallen asleep. But yeah, I'll drop her channel in the chat. We're trying to get her where she's got enough subs so she can go live. I've been trying to teach her how to do live. She's doing great. Kimber's sleeping. Yeah. Yep. I'm on the other computer, Doodle. I normally have the Kimber foot that you made ready to throw up on the screen, but I don't have it in this one. I don't think it's loaded in here. No, it's not loaded in here.
When I get down, I'm on my phone, so I can't click on her link from up here. But when I get down, I'll go click on it and subscribe.
Okay. I appreciate it, and thank you for coming up,
Yeah,
hanging out.
yeah. I just really wanted to come up and tell you about that. Just like I just find that fascinating, and so I just figured I would share it with you.
Hey, thanks for sharing. I appreciate it. Knowledge is power. I love it. I love it. Are you in the Discord?
No, I didn't know you had one.
I'll drop that link too. Yeah, I'll drop that link too, and you can jump in the Discord.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hop down. That way I can go get back in
I have
the.
anything you want to put in there. You can put any case. It's all the tabs are on the left-hand side. You put any cases that you want in there.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hop down. That way I can go get back in your chat and go sub up to Kimber and get your
Perfect. Well,
Discord.
thank you for coming up, Avery.
Oh, thank you for having
Thank
me.
you so much for coming up.
All right, bye.
Yeah. TWY fell asleep on us. Good night, love. Thank you for hanging out there as long as you can. Kimber sounds like my pug. Doodle. Kimber fell out on us. She did. Priceless, Brian says. It must be catching. Good night, love. Thank you guys so much for being here. So there's a second part to Aileen's testimony, but since Kimber has passed out on us, what we'll do is we'll save the second part for tomorrow night, if that's okay with you guys. What we'll do is we'll start out with the second part of Aileen's testimony, and then we'll go into Kimber has a list of the stuff that we're going to cover, so we'll go into what we had planned for tomorrow. Let me take her down. She's just snoozing, Kimber. The Kimber foot. I'm talking to Avery and she's not reading. Honey, I wasn't paying no attention to chat, so it was my fault. Avery will be back down in chat, love, if you had something to say. Right, join us. Join us in the Discord. We have a barista in the Discord. There's MetaMom in the house. The Discord link didn't work. I'm telling you, my computer hates me tonight. Let's try it again. See if this one works. There's one in the description too. You should be able to use the one in the description, Avery, or MetaMom can send you an invitation. She's in Discord. Yeah, MetaMom, you should be able to share the Discord link and pull Avery in the Discord. Let's see if it grabbed her. No, not yet. I'll see you when you pop in. Just go to join and leaving and just leave a comment in there. You can just do the little emoji thing and it just lets me know that you've successfully made it in there. Tracy, thank you for the hospitality. It was nice meeting you. I'll be back for the next one. Well, thank you so much. Please come back because we always enjoy new faces in the chat. Avery says it didn't work. There it goes. Your Discord. Oh, what is it? I was going to say, Phil, you're in my Discord. That one worked. Perfect. I'm telling you, everything's been acting crazy today. It looks like my camera is super freaking choppy too. Let's turn that off. I'm going to be all over YouTube tomorrow night. Is there a bunch of people going live tomorrow night? Oh, awesome, Mr. Bear, you're in there too. So for those of you guys that are in there, we have a barista. She's super cool. Minnie, my son, actually created her. She's really, really, really cool. We'll pull her up for a second here, and I'll show you guys what barista can do. It says Avery's in there now. But y'all, I'm trying to scroll the Apple computer over to the Windows computer. It didn't work. Imagine that shit. Joining and leaving. There's Barbara Hall. Barbara made it in the Discord. Perfect. General chat. Let's check in here. There's Phil. Phil, was you talking to barista again? Age restricted. Why is it doing that? I don't know. All right. So I'm going to pull this up and I'm going to show you what the barista is. Share screen. Barista. Share. Okay, so that should pull up the barista on your guys' screen in Discord. Okay, if you guys can see that. I don't like that font she talks in. Did you say read my convo with barista? I think I've decided on a new channel, lethality. I like that. All right, so we'll go in here and you go to the top button and it's talk to barista. Oh, Lord, Phil. Looks like Lisa Joe and everybody's been in here. Oh, I saw the conversation about Nightbot. That was freaking hilarious. Okay, so you can go in here and ask barista. Let's say we'll ask, who is the serial killer BTK? You guys can see my comment on the screen. A shadow crosses fire with her face. BTK, you say? Ah. For those that know BTK, standing for bind, torture, and kill. It be a self-proclaimed moniker for Dennis Radar, a serial killer who terrorized Wichita, Kansas for 3 decades. From 1974 to 1991, he strangled 10 people, taunting the police and media with cryptic letters, all clues, all the while. What makes him particularly disturbing be his outwardly normal life. He was a husband, a father, a church leader, a Boy Scout leader, seemingly a pillar of the community. But underneath that facade lurked a monster, obsessed with power, control, and desire to dominate his victims in the most brutal ways. He was finally caught in 2005 thanks to part of a floppy disk he had sent to the media. A trace of metadata led to the authorities right to his doorstep. He now be serving 10 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Why do ye ask, mind of monsters, researching for your channel? Be careful you don't delve too deep into the darkness, matey. It is always clinging to you, shivers slightly. Sometimes it whispers back. So she's super cool. You can ask her any kind of questions and she will answer you. And my son made her, so she is a pirate. She's a lot of fun. She's extremely smart. You can ask her questions. You can use her for research. If you want to do a voiceover on, a channel, on a video that you're doing, you can use her, and she'll give you the things that you can use as a voiceover. I mean, I would leave the ye, matey, and all that stuff out of it, but she's really, really cool. And my son made her, and she's a lot of fun. And we go in there, and everybody, you could ask her questions and statistics. And she uses 2 separate servers other than Google and Bling. She uses outside servers that are search engines. So she's going to provide you information that you won't see on a Google search. Hopefully you can go on later, Mom. Chris and Jai will be on early. I'm sure they usually go around 6 p.m. I go on at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. I wished I'd saved that conversation with Thistle. There are 3 different parts so far. It's pretty good. Part 2. It's still in there, Phil. Nothing disappears out of there. You can still scroll up and see your conversation with her. He was creepy. Oh, cool. Excited to check it out, Mom. Yeah, definitely check it out. Is my son really good? Like computers? Yes, he's really, really good. He rebuilds programs like the computer that I'm talking to you guys on now. It is an Apple MacBook, but he has cloned it, done some kind of modifications to it. And one side of it is a Windows computer and the other side of it is a MacBook. So it's super cool. But guys, I appreciate everybody for being here tonight. Kimber has passed out on us, so we're going to go ahead and close this out. Like I said, we'll pick up Aileen's testimony tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you, everybody on Replay Crew. You guys know you mean the world to me. All my contact information is in my description if you ever need to reach out to me. Everybody's welcome in the Discord. Just make sure all I ask is you go to joining and leaving and just say, hey, I'm here, hi, something like that. So that way we can say hi to you and welcome you into the Discord, just as we welcome you in here at the channel. And guys, remember, if you see something, say something. We never give up. It takes a village to raise a child. And I will catch you guys on the flip side.
Stand on this mountain, I look down and see a world I was once underneath. I stand on this mountain and I look down, my mind knows more than it once knew. Then I knew, then I knew, then I knew, then I knew. Now you're here, you're here, you're there. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be than found me see, found me see. I climb down this mountain and I look around just to see that everyone used to be me. I climb down this mountain and I look around, my mind embracing more than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth, than the truth. Now you're here. Now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Found me see, found me see. lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. Now you're here, now everywhere with me. If this is lost, then there's no place I'd rather be. And found me sing, found me sing, found me sing. Found me sing.